Shake it up, beat through, work it out, do you. Shake it up, beat through, work it out, do you.
Makes waves with amazing deals and fast and knowledgeable customer service.
Swim on in for incredible deals on software and plugins at Tool Farm.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day 4. My goodness, putting out fires galore here in Southern California. So thank you for bearing with us. You guys are the best audience online anywhere in the world. So appreciate you being here. We have another amazing lineup. And to kick off today's show, we have some very special guests. You know, the one and only Paul Babb, but we also have Marta Cvetic. So we are going to come over to them right now. Let's kick it over to Marta and Paul.
Hello.
Hey, hey, hey. Are we on there?
You're live. Go.
We are.
We're ready to go.
I'm not seeing the monitor, so I was like, hey, I didn't know. Hey, well, good morning, everybody. If you here in Southern California, the skies look apocalyptic to go along with the apocalyptic technical morning for us. But anyway, glad to be on the air. Good to see everybody again online. Great chatting on there. Keep the questions coming. Thank you. I'm bringing in Marta Cvetic. Marta, actually, before I interview Marta, I was going to throw out there that with R23, if you didn't know, there's some amazing motion capture files inside of the content browser. Basic movements like running, moving, sitting, walking, super easy. There's a rig puppet that goes along with the movement. It's really easy to apply the movement. And the reason I'm bringing Marta on is Marta is the artist who brought the mocap to us. Marta is a actor, voiceover actor, and a mocap artist. She does some amazing work. I'm going to let you tell people about yourself, Marta.
No, I mean, you already did a pretty great job. Yeah, so I'm a professional performance and motion capture actor. I'm also a voice actor and just generally an actor. I also do a lot of stuff with swords and other weapons. So I kind of tend to do more action-related stuff, which just happens to be kind of the perfect storm of skills for video games. So I've kind of been in that area. I'm also the community manager for Red Giant. So we're all one big happy family because I wasn't busy enough. So that's me. I've been doing this for a little while now, and it was just so great to get to bring this particular set of skills into my work with Maxon and with this amazing team.
So, actor, voiceover actor, mocap artist. How did you get to work with Red Giant and now Maxon?
That was an incredibly random story. Aaron Rabinowitz, who, my boss, who we know and love, he found me on Twitter, and I thought first that, thinking visual effects company, we might be working on a shoot or something like that. But we had a meeting, and I told him that I have business school education and had sort of told him about the business side of my skills. And a few weeks later, we were just like, yep, okay, let's work together. And that was almost 2 years ago now.
So who was it who came to you about creating the mocap for R23, and how were you talked into that?
Well, I didn't need a lot of talking into it, really. I was like, yes, oh my God, my body was ready. But it was Dimitris who had the great idea. He thought, oh my God, we have an in-house motion capture performer. Why don't we do something? And we first tried to do a few different things with my home setup, which is the Rococo Smart Suit. But we really wanted to bring the absolute top possible quality to Cinema 4D. So we actually went to this amazing, one of the best motion capture studios in the UK and Europe, Centroid 3D. They do, they do motion capture all the biggest movies, biggest games. They did mocap for Wonder Woman. They did mocap for Dunkirk, Borderlands, Tomb Raider, Assassin's Creed, Hitman, Until Dawn. I mean, I could go on. But it was an amazing place to work at. And it was a bit of a homecoming for me because their volume was the first volume I ever did a professional job in. Oh,
awesome. Now, I understand they're at Pinewood Studios, the famous Pinewood Studios in the UK, yes?
Yeah, I mean, they literally just moved to a slightly bigger facility just outside of the studios. But yes, they are owned by Pinewood.
And so you did this during the quarantine, right?
Yeah.
How did that work?
It was weird. I am so used to being on a set where you have a buzz of people running around, at least multiple performers, and then you have the director, whoever is going to be directing you, and client reps and all that kind of stuff, a bigger team. And I walked into this huge mocap volume, and it was me and the studio manager and one additional technician, and that was it. And it was bizarre. But they really did an outstanding job of making it a COVID safe shoot, because the entire studio is like, there's tape everywhere about where you're supposed to walk. Markering is particularly finicky. So there's certain markers, that put on myself, and, making sure that social distancing was adhered to at all times. And then the coolest thing was for directing. It was Dimitris and Orestes, the guys on our team, that were directing me remotely from Greece. So they were on a Zoom call on a computer that was on this little podium next to, on the edge of this gigantic volume. And they were getting a live feed of the previs, of the real-time previs that you can have, straight to them. And so they would, watch what it looked like and try to direct me, shouting from the laptop. And we tried to see her what? But it was really, really cool. Yeah, it worked really fantastically well. And we smashed all those moves out in half a day.
Oh, I was about to say how long it took. So it only took about a half a day.
Yeah.
did everybody have to be wearing masks while you're doing this?
Yeah. I mean, I didn't, because I was quite far away from everybody,
Right.
and as I believe we'll see in the footage a little bit later, it is a huge soundstage. So nobody came within any kind of like close distance to me without a mask. There was, hand sanitizer aplenty. But because I had to do the sprinting animations, all that kind of stuff, it does get more and more difficult with a mask. So, took the opportunity not to wear it. But whenever I was near anybody,
Right.
Absolutely.
That's a really interesting experience, I can imagine. Yeah, I think we do have some footage that we have of you, both of some of the capture and you doing the capture. And Dave, when you can bring that up anytime you want, if you want to throw that in the mix here while I'm talking to
Look
Marta.
at me, I'm jumping.
So when you're going through and playing around with this mocap data, you can always picture Marta running around and doing all these movements. It's very funny. I noticed in the walk that the actual capture character shows a bit more swish than you do in the actual live footage. There's a little bit of a more hip movement in the actual mocap character than you. I mean, you are playing it very neutral, which is interesting. But I see there's a lot more fluidity in the actual. Not to insult you, it's not about your movement, but I noticed that the actual mocap character, it's interesting how there's it's picking up much more fluidity than you see in the footage of you. It's interesting.
Well, it's you realize as a performer very quickly that the way the motion is recorded and finally ends up on the final character can be different from what we perceive in live action footage. Nevertheless, that is me, and that is because what's captured are those points, and then there's an assumed skeleton from those points. There are certain things that will then be exaggerated in the character itself. That said, it was a very unusual job for me because normally on a mocap shoot, I will be given a very specific character brief, and we'll work on how would this particular character walk or run or even pick up something. They will have idiosyncrasies that bring the character to life, and this was the exact opposite because the footage had to be somehow as untainted by a character as it were as much as possible, so it would apply to as many different projects as possible. So trying to actually that walk was me trying to not sway my hips, because I was also doing this to a male character. Right. Although I did insist on the tank top that you saw there.
I like the tank top. So it's interesting. Yeah, we talked about this a little bit a week or so ago about the share of movement classes that we did in school, and I do remember one of the things they taught us was the neutrality of the body so that you could add those character things. When you're adding character things, do you have to do them really subtly like you do on film? Acting can be so blown out of proportion on film if it's too big, or do you have to over exaggerate character movements sometimes for mocap?
I think it's kind of in the middle. Mocap is definitely more theater than it is film because you are being recorded in 360 at all times, full body 360 at all times. There's no close-ups, especially for games where the player controls the view. It's, you have to, everything has to sell, every angle, every performance. And because if you think of the amount of data points that are being captured, it's actually not that many. Sometimes you have to be a little bit bigger, depending on the view. So if it's going to be used in a, let's say, God view game, I'm using games because they're a really good reference. But if it's a God view game where you're quite a small character, you're going to be bigger. Whereas if it's, you're more classic cinematic, you might be a little bit more reserved. But I think it's a little bit different. It's definitely bigger than on film, but it's not as big as a massive stage, if that makes sense. It will. What one of my mentors told me is the mocap stage is the best BS detector ever. So if you're not really playing that movement as you would naturally and really going through it, it will pick it up. It will pick it up that you are playing at something. You're playing at being sad because I'm sad. Nobody does that anymore.
No. I was looking at a lot of your work on your website. You've got some great footage on there. I noticed that you get typecast a little bit as badass. Is that because of the stunt work? Is that because of your sword play or your stunt work that they kind of push you towards those characters that are more badass?
It's so cool. No, I tend to be a casting type for the strong woman because I'm also a little bit more muscular in build. I'm 5'8", and I used to be a swimmer, so I've got broader shoulders and can generally bring that physical authority that somebody in a military role or in that kind of like, more traditional tough chick role would bring. It's just down to that's a little bit easier for me to sell than, let's say, somebody who's much smaller and just more delicate than me. And it just so happens that I also have a massive interest in martial arts and weapons work, and it just kind of came together that way. And I love it. I love working on this kind of stuff. And to be honest, even today I booked another military role.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hey, congratulations. That's
Thank
great.
you.
Yeah, speaking of weapons, I see some toys back there. I see
yeah.
maybe some swords hanging around back there.
One of my swords. I have many. And then it's my horse bow right next to it because I'm doing a little bit of mounted archery. I love my horses. If I open up my armory, you'd have about 7 swords, a couple of airsoft weapons because I need it for, auditions, weapon transition, that kind of stuff, all the stuff you see in video games. And a few suits of armor.
Oh, yes, I saw one of those last time sitting in the background. So, horse archery, that caught my... So, can you do a little Legolas? So you're going to be able to do the little Legolas move where you, as you're riding your horse, you're shooting your bow, jumping down, hanging under the horse, and getting people from the side. You're working on that kind of move?
I'm not going to be hanging under the horse because that's a great way to get kicked. But I'm working on it. I'm currently training my horse to put up with me shooting an arrow from it. He's not very happy about it.
Yeah.
Not yet.
For those of you who don't know, Marta has a horse that she's been spending a lot of time with here during the COVID time.
Yeah. He is he's just everything. He's everything. I love him so much. Just you wait. I'm gonna have him in Lycra in no time.
Nice. What is your favorite mocap system? What's the system that you enjoy working in the most, or is there any favorite for mocap systems?
For me, I enjoy this the optical passive like Vicon and Motion Analysis, what they have at Centroid and at usually the bigger volumes the most, because if you're gonna do stunts and things, when you have inertial suits and you have the sensors within the suit, if you hit the ground, it can hurt a lot.
Right.
But just generally, it still places me in that headspace of work a little bit better than, let's say, with an inertial suit, you're usually in an office or whatever makeshift studio. I've had the pleasure of working with so many different systems, and it just is a little bit more immersive for me. And also because these systems tend to be a little bit more high end. The previs is more on point, and the projects tend to be a little bit bigger, a little bit more. I don't know. They're just more.
Nice. Have you ever done any underwater mocap?
Sadly, no. Sadly, I've not. But that is an ambition. Yes, I saw that. I have a few friends working on Avatar in different capacities. And it's just insane what they've been able to achieve. It really is.
Somebody was asking if you have any lightsabers. I think that's a foregone conclusion.
Yes, I have 3. And I'm sponsored by Solari lightsabers. Go check them out. That is the best lightsaber that I've had the pleasure of working with.
By the way, I can send my endorsement as well. I was blessed. Aaron Rabinowitz, who everybody knows from Red Giant, gifted me a Solari lightsaber when we merged together, and he and I were sharing the marketing duties. Was a beautiful gift and such an amazing lightsaber. It completely overshadows what the whole thing you do at Disney. I mean, the Solari is like nothing you've ever seen. It's amazing.
what I love about it, well, before I finish this massive endorsement, what I love about it is the fact that I have put it through its paces in a few sparring sessions with some of my colleagues, and it has yet to crack, and we really went for it. So it is a sturdy piece of design, really.
Yeah, and it's I love the Bluetooth enabling. You can change the color on the fly. It's pretty amazing. It's actually an amazing piece. Tell us a little bit about some of the mocap, or some of the projects you've worked on, and some of your favorite mocap projects or films that you've done, or games, or those types of things.
Well, one of my favorites was getting to voice a lead character, Aranessa Saltspite, in Total War Warhammer 2. Being a massive nerd and loving my turn-based RPGs, that was really cool. It was my first lead in a game. It was very cool. And she is a pirate queen that leads a crew of the undead.
Nice.
So that's great. And
that's badass.
Yeah. And the second, my second favorite one was that actually happened a few weeks ago. I had the pleasure of being driven out to Paris to do this incredibly exciting, awesome game project that I sadly can't say any more on.
What?
And sadly, it'll take, as it does with games, it takes years for them to come out from the point you do mocap for it. But it is something that is incredibly exciting, and it's something else. It really is. It was.
You have a project coming out, and you said you might have a project coming out in November. Well, we were waiting for our technical issues to get solved. You were talking about a project that you filmed 2 years ago that's not coming out until November.
No, I think November was a different project.
No, I know, not that one. That's what I say. It was a different project. Is that one you can talk about that's coming out in November?
No, normally I can't talk about it until it's out. I do also have a very cool little cameo in Avenue 5 with Hugh Laurie, and episode 3 of season 1, Avenue 5. You can see me right there, front and center. Bridge crew. That was great. I got to spend about a week on set with Hugh Laurie.
Red shirt bridge crew, like expendable bridge crew.
Not expendable. No.
Nice. So there's hope.
There's hope. No, but the amount you learn from being on set with somebody that's done as much as Hugh Laurie has is immense. Yeah. And working with Armando Iannucci and all that, it's special.
Very cool. But I don't want to leave before you do have a panel coming up next week.
I do. I'm going to be talking about performance capture in particular with an incredible group of people at PAX Online. So PAX is a massive gaming conference that usually happens in various parts of the world. You got PAX East, PAX West, PAX Southeast, PAX whatever bit of the compass. Yeah, no, it's great.
Don't worry, we're putting the URL in the chat so that people can find it.
Well, this one's easy because it's just going to be on Twitch.
Nice.
But it's fantastic. We're going to be talking about performance capture, and I managed to pull together some of the best directors I've ever worked with. It's going to be Tom Keegan, who's worked on the Wolfenstein series, Battlefield, Dead Rising, all these amazing games. Then we have Bobby Coddington, who's head of animation at Insomniac Games, who are doing the Spider-Man games, the recent ones. Then we've got Mark Morisseau, who is working for, who's currently working as a motion editor on Avatar. We've got Nashir Dalal, who is an amazing actor, and one of his amazing roles of being a lead in Red Dead Redemption 2. And we got Vijana Rach, who's been the body of so many famous video game characters, including the Bruxa in The Witcher 3 trailer. Nice. So we have some pretty amazing people on this.
Very cool.
Don't miss it. It's 3 p.m. next Friday.
3 p.m. next Friday. The URL will be in the chat for anybody who wants to attend that. Some people are asking, what is your favorite style of sword technique? What do you practice? Do you have multiple sword techniques, or?
Well, personally, my favorite weapon system, sword-related weapon system, is sword and shield. So it'd be more like short sword and shield, a little bit more towards the Viking style, but I do like the gladiatorial style as well. It's a little bit flashier.
Nice.
But sword and shield is definitely my thing, largely because I'm really hardcore right-handed. So having the shield in my left hand is much easier for me because I don't have to be as dexterous. Other than that, then various broadsword techniques are very cool, but I don't have one particular favorite style. I do veer towards the Italian sword masters a little bit more than the German ones, but there you go.
Most importantly, Jedi or Sith?
I don't know. I'm a fence sitter. I don't know. I could go either way.
You'll go wherever they pay you, I bet.
Not pay me. I think whatever.
Well, for a job, I'm saying for a mocap job.
Oh yeah, for a job, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. If they want you to play Sith or Jedi, that's good. Yeah.
Yeah, but for the fate of humanity, we're like, whatever mood I wake up in, it's fine.
Exactly. We had one question. Are you a Jeeves and Wooster fan?
I am not. I don't know what that
God, me neither. Me neither. We're going to have to figure that one out. By the way, you can ask Marta any questions after this on her Twitter account, I assume?
Yeah.
Martolio?
Yes, at Martolio. If you know your Beavis and Butthead reference, that should not be a difficult thing to remember.
We absolutely know what that means. Yes, we do. We're actually we used all our time, even though we're running late. So I'm sure we're going to have to catch up here. But I could talk about this for hours. We're probably going to have you come back. Yeah, we're probably going to have to have you come back at some other time and
you got me anytime.
Again. Awesome. Well. We do, because you're now part of the whole Maxon family and the Maxon community. They may come at you. Great community. Yes. Thank you so much for spending the time with us. Thank you so much for the amazing mocap. I think people are going to have a blast with it. And how much fun is it going to be to see what people do with all your moves? That's going to be great. So much fun.
Please tag me. I'd love to see it.
Absolutely. That would be great. Everybody put that out there. Tag that so Marta can see what you're doing. I think we're going to take off now and come back with our first presentation, or our first actual formal presentation by
Simon Russell.
Matthias.
We're going to actually dive right into Simon, just so we can get back a little bit on track, folks. Yeah, so we're going to go. Marta, thank you so much. Can't wait to mocap you. I just can't wait to grab all your mocaps and start playing with that. I have not done character stuff in a while, so it's going to be a little bit rusty. So I'm not going to tag you right away. But as soon as I do something decent, I'll let you know.
No judgment.
So we'll be so guys, stay tuned, because we're going right to Simon Russell.
All right, guys.
Hi, my name's Simon Russell. I'm a freelance motion graphic designer. I'm based in the UK, based in a town called Plymouth, which is in Devon. I'm going to talk a little bit about a project I did with Treatment Studio for a classical group called the Kronos Quartet. And the video, it's kind of a music video called One Earth, One People, One Love. But first I'll play my reel so you can get a gist of what I do. Okay, that's my reel. As you can see, I used to do a lot of live work, a lot of motion graphic-y, particles, sound responsive kind of stuff. So this job, it was done through Treatment Studio, and it was directed by Willie Williams. It was for the Kronos Quartet. The piece was composed by Terry Riley. It was for the anniversary. It was commissioned by NASA for the anniversary, 1 anniversary of a Voyager probe. It's got really interesting kind of backstory if you just kind of read the Wikipedia on it. I won't go into that now. So I'll skip through the piece quickly, and you can watch it on my website, which is simonfarussell.com, if you want to have a look at it, or just it's on YouTube as well. So just Google it: Kronos Quartet, One Earth, One People, One Love. So there's two main sections. There's a globe, which we see forming in this initial bit. A lot of the geo was done in Houdini, but I'm going to show you how to do the same thing really in Cinema 4D. The only bits you couldn't do as easily are these bits, which I used the MIDI, which the group supplied, just to sort of time up some of the meteors and just kind of subtle touches really. But the geo was generally done in Houdini, or some of it, and then brought into Cinema 4D for everything else, because Cinema was the kind of backbone of the project and brought everything together. So you've got these globe sections, and there's about 4 different treatments for the globe, and we also scanned the group playing the piece with a Connect camera, which is a depth camera, which gives you a point cloud, or you quite easily turn it into a mesh. And so this is the group playing. So it's one seamless shot. Some of the challenges were vast loads of data. So it's just wrangling the data and just getting it to kind of work, and to be able to see it and design it, and to just get a feel for it as you're working for it, rather than working totally blind. I'll just skip through. So that's the group playing. It goes through different globe treatments, different quartet treatments. I keep wanting to say band, quartet. So you've got a teal techie one. You've got a cello solo, metallic, and then we dissolve into dust. Very quickly show you the main file, but I used to do it, make myself smaller. So each null, P's contain the planets, Q's contain the quartet sections. I just use takes to skip through and turn on the kind of correct layers. You've got each one here. One of these things, it all had to really be in one project, just because it was one continuous shot, and I didn't want to have to keep jumping around and pasting cameras around and fiddling around too much. It was easy enough just to make it all in one, just use takes and layers, and just be organized. It's yeah. And I'll just jump into, actually, I've just pulled out, say, the first planet into a comp here. So is this planet? Yeah, so here's a planet. The setups are fairly simple in a way. I've just exported a lot of alembics and then put on poly effects to sort of bring them on and off, some Mo extrudes. I've got these little tags, espresso tags, which say which frames to turn on and off the alembic, which is just a little sort of helper thing that I made. You can just drop them on. So it just does a comparison of the time and uses a switch to turn them on and off, and that's quite helpful. So you can just drag through and it turn on and off all the alembics, and it saves doing it all by hand. So that's that really. Actually I'll show you a quartet one as well. So this is a piece of a quartet. The renders, it had to be, it was 16,000 frames, I think, and it was rendered with physical render because I couldn't really use a render farm, so I had to. The budget was small and the turnaround was fast, so it just had to be quick. And as you can see, that took like 10 seconds to render. That's long. I think I got it down to like 4 or 5 seconds for each render. So it just had to be quick, basically. Okay, this is kind of work through technique I would use for maybe doing a kind of layered sphere type thing. So I would start off with a sphere, as ever, make it an icosahedron, maybe make it a bit more dense, something like that. So I want to create a few layers and sort of cut them away and add a bit of animation. So quite often what I do, an effect I like, is the poly effects. And that turns each one into a clone, essentially. So you see you can pull them down like that. I'll make them each a little bit smaller just so you can sort of see what I'm doing a little bit. And then I'm going to put a plane effector into that. And then I'm going to scale that down to 0. Or sorry, -1. And then my fall off, I'm going to put some noise, so that's a random field. And then just turn that into noise. And then I want to make my scale quite big because I want nice sort of big chunky bits cutting away. And then on my remapping, usually I use a spline or a curve, sorry, and that just sort of gives me nice control. I don't have to play around with sliders too much. So let's cut away quite a lot of it. Obviously you can play with different noise types and all that kind of thing. I'm not going to worry about that for now. Turn off a preview. So that's kind of what I want to do. I want to animate my noise as well, so I'll make my animation speed, say 20, something like that. So it just sort of cuts away. Something like that. So I want a few layers as well, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to just put those in a null, Alt-G, paste it, and then just make a slightly bigger sphere like that. And then I want to pull this one back a bit, so I'll just use my remapping again, so you can see the sphere underneath. So I'll just pull it back in my noise, something like that. And maybe I'll make the sphere underneath kind of bigger, just to add a little bit more variation, or less segments, let's say 36, so we've got a kind of multi-layered thing, something like that. Starting to get a little bit interesting. And maybe I'll just do one more, and so this one will be one right on top, in even denser, so let's maybe try 196, and then let's try a different type of noise, something like displace turbulence, something like that, and the scale smaller. I want just some sort of loose cloudy type things, just as a little sort of overlay. Ooh, just some subtle noise flickering over the top. Let's say that, and then obviously you can change the speed, or whatever. Let's say that's 5% just to give it subtle. So we're playing at 12 frames a second. It's all right. You can fairly easily preview that, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to send it all out as an alembic, so I can then bring it back in and preview the whole thing and not worry about playback speeds. So that's cool. That's sort of getting into roughly where I want to be. I'll make a few more. Maybe let's make that 128. Cool. Okay, maybe I want to add a bit of rotation in the spheres, something like that. So as they rotate, obviously the noise field stays the same, and it looks quite interesting. Obviously, I could just keyframe it, but just to show you a different way of doing it, I'm going to put on an espresso tag. Let's pull that in a bit. I drop my sphere in. I want to rotate it on the H, and so I drop that into the H, and then time is going to drive my rotation. So time, there we go, and just pull it across into rotation on the H, and then if I hit play, it's rotating quite fast, so I want to slow it down a bit. I use a math node, and then get my math, set it to say multiply. Sometimes it helps just to make these little helper node in Espresso. It's worth knowing Espresso, really. I like it. It can do some nice things. So this is multiplying by that second input. That input's there. Maybe I'll put it to 0.2, and then let's have a look. Okay, that's just a gentle rotation. Let's make that 0.1. So on the sphere thing here, what I can do, what quite a nice technique is, instead of put absolute reference, so wherever I put that tag, it's going to reference that sphere. If I put relative reference, it will use, the tag will just look to what's underneath it. So what I can do is I could drag that tag to another sphere, open that up, change the speed a little bit, so say 0.06, and then onto my clouds, drag it on there as well, change that to 0.03, and then because it's on relative reference here, it'll always just look at this object it's on. So I hit play, and they're all turning. It just gives a bit of subtle movement. Again, you could keyframe it or I'll do it like that. It's just another way of doing it. So what I'm going to do, you know, that's playing at the frame rate's okay, but obviously if I made it denser, the more layered, the more interesting you make it, the more it's going to slow me down, and I needed speed. I needed to be able to sort of look at what I was doing, so I would export that as an alembic. So I'm just going to select the bits I want, go File, Export, Alembic, choose where I'm going to put it. So let's call that globe cut call it globe cut 4.1, and then say I get 100 frames, selection only, and then hit export. And then I can just check that, make a new file, bring it in, make sure scale is set correct. And there's my 3 spheres. Let's have a look. And then I've got much faster frames per second there. It's just rotating nicely, properly in real time. If I do Shift V, I can look at my HUD, and then I can get frames per second. Also, I like to have camera ticked on as well, so you can just switch between cameras in your HUD. Okay, so that's the first sphere technique. Okay, I've got my my sphere. It's sort of cut away and is looking interesting, so maybe I want to have some sort of building-y protrusions coming out of these empty space bits. So I'll just copy the bottom layer, just duplicate it up. Just for the tutorial, I'll delete all the others because we've already exported it. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to group my sphere, put it into a null, and I'm going to put on a Mo extrude. Stick it on one extrusion step. That should be fine. So it's just pushing out the it's just extruding the little triangles. Right, so it's got effectors, which is cool, which is what I want to do. So I'm going to stick a plane effector in there. So I'm going to push it outwards along the normal is on the Z. I'm just getting these nasty little gacky bits. So let's just put the sphere into a connect object, and I'm going to put the a thong onto manual just so it looks all right, and then it's got rid of it, just fuses all the sort of single points. So what I want to do is get my Mo extrude, got my plane effector, just want to add a bit of variation in there. So in my fall off, I'm just going to put a random field, maybe make it a noise field as ever, just because it gives more control. Yeah, and that's the kind of thing I'm after, but I want it poking out the little holes. So I'm just going to go back to my previous effector field, which I used to cut away the sphere, and just kind of switch it over, something like that, just so it's kind of, it should, if I've done it right, I'm not sure if I've done it right, hopefully it should be poking through the little holes. And then if I press play, you can see we've got some animation there. Kind of want to make it a bit more dense, make it more interesting, as it's still procedural. That's kind of easy to do. So there we go. Let's pull back some of the geometry. Ooh, something like that. I'm going to make my extrude lower, something like that. I'm going to play with my remapping again, do it as a curve. It offers me the most control. So some of it quite low, a lot of it quite low, and then push out some nice spiky bits. That might be too far, but you know, whatever, it's a tutorial. It's just to give you a gist. And then again, let me just export that. So I just get my connect object and just hit export again. Okay, continuing with a few techniques to make interesting spheres. I'm going to make a sort of hexagonal sphere here, so hexagonal wireframe type thing, and let's see where it goes. So got my sphere, make it an icosahedron. I'll keep it fairly high, low poly at the moment, just so it's fast. So I'm going to put that in a null, Alt G, and to make hexagons, you can just use a bevel deformer, and then make it proportional, and just put it on 50%. And that just happens to make some quite nice spheres. What I'm going to do to that as well because it's probably got double edges and all that kind of thing, I'm just going to put it into a connect object and put it onto manual Fong. And so there we've got hexagonal sphere. It's procedural, obviously, so you know, you can make it higher divisions or whatever. What I could do, I'm just going to hide that. I usually have a little null where I just hide things, just turned off, so I can drag copies and make that editable. Select the edges, do edge to spline, and then I can just sweep that. So put it in a sweep. That's my shortcut. And then I use an N side as a profile just because it gives a bit more control than using a circle. You don't have to worry about what kind of divisions or whatever. So I know I've got 6 sides there, so it's, you know, a fairly low resolution sweep on there at the moment, but you know, that's often all you need. Even 3 sides, keep the polys as low as you can. That's fine. That'll give me a half decent wireframe, but I want to create something maybe a bit more procedural, where I can have a bit more control. So I'll just pop that there, take back what I was using. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a more procedural cloner based wireframe effect. So I'm going to get a cylinder, cylinder, and put it in my cloner, put it to object mode, put my connect object into the object, and then it's on surface at the moment, and my distribution wants to be on edge. I'm going to make my cylinder much, well, I'm going to make it 3 sides just for speed. I'm going to make it much smaller, something like that. And so we're starting to get the effect that we want. I'm going to hide my connect object. Also, a little way of working that often helps is to put your objects in the object manager in order of execution. So the way you want Cinema to execute them. So first you create the geometry, then you clone onto it, and then you do your effectors or whatever. So you'll find with more complex setups, sometimes it does help to do it in that way, and it'll process it a bit more cleanly and you won't have to refresh or whatever. So that's my cloner with it cloned onto the edge. So I'm going to tick scale on edge and just put that to 100%, and now we've got our kind of procedural globe. And of course we can change the divisions, so make it a lot more dense. We could change the radius, so maybe make that 0.5. That's cool. So that's obviously it being a cloner, then you can do all your clonery things. I could scale all the clones on or do whatever. I'm going to make them multi-instances just because it's quicker and it's always about speed. So what could we do to this? I'm going to make it, say, back to 24. Often on the One Earth, One People, One Love, I create just a bit of jitter and everything, a bit of a stop framey effect just to mimic the connect scans of the quartet. So I'm just going to put in a random effector underneath my sphere, and maybe put it onto noise, put the deformer onto point, just to create a bit of movement. And I'm going to change the noise scale to quite small, and I just want my noise on the Z because that's just pushing it in and out. And there we go. So scales like that, animation speed a bit lower, and then just a subtle bit of movement maybe. So if I hit play, we can just see it going along. It's a little bit slow, but that's fine. You can't really see it doing a lot, but you get the gist of, and it's not doing anything. That's why it's subtle. There you go, you got your subtle sort of hexagonal sphere. As I said, I could also kind of transition this on, which I did quite a lot in the piece, kind of transitioning on these, you know, that was a lot of a challenge actually. You've got very, very dense geometry, is about sort of bringing it on gracefully and having it evolving into each other and evolving out of each other, and I did a lot of this kind of thing. So here's a plane effector. I'm just going to stick it on -1 to hide it all, and then just do a linear fall off perhaps, and you know, it can just, you know, we could just move it through and it could grow quite nicely. over our sphere. That could be quite a nice effect. So maybe let's do that. I'll animate that. So go back to the start, animate my position. Maybe say it goes on over 25 frames, 24, and then pull it through, something like that. And let's make it a lot denser. So 96 maybe. Oh, that's going to be super dense. Or do literally nothing. That's because it's in my freeze transformation, fortunately. So let's go to my object again. Oh no, it's not. That's strange. So again, this isn't refreshing for some reason, but maybe if we just turn it off and turn it back on again, make sure our order's kind of right, maybe that did the job. That's kind of too dense maybe, so let's go for, I don't know, 64. Something like that. I'm going to make my cylinders a little bit thinner, so 0.25, something like that. And then we can just have it animating on perhaps. Let's take it down again. There's something else we could do. Let's just make it 24. Again, because they're just going along the edges, and I cloned on the edges. I don't have them going along all the way on the edges, sort of pull them in a bit. That can create quite a nice look. Just creates a bit more interest. And I'll just duplicate that cloner. Let's put a sphere in there. Let's make it an icosahedron. Ooh, that looks quite cool, doesn't it? So getting into weird architectural space. There we go. And make it an icosahedron, make it as a few divisions as I can, and let's not have it scale on edges, let's just have it on the vertexes and create a slightly sort of like atom array look. So something like that. So that's still going to transition on, so have a little bit of movement to make it interesting. It's a bit smaller. They flicked a little bit. I'm just going to take off a line clone because they're kind of round, so we don't get any flickering. So it just sort of transitions on, something like that. Let's make it a 48. Look at that. And there we've got kind of a floopy hexagonal grid thing. Maybe that can kind of overlay everything, or you can do whatever, but it's all kind of procedural. But at the moment it's a little bit slow. What are we getting? 1.6 frames a second, which isn't enough. So again, I'm just going to output that as an alembic, and then we can kind of use it and look at stuff closer to real time. Okay, I'm going to create something a little bit different now, not a globe, but just some of the debris that was sort of floating around the outside. So all of this stuff here, just turn that down, there's quite a lot of it floating around, and I'll just show you how to do that in Cinema. So I actually, where are we? I modelled some rocks. They're really low poly rocks. Let's just arrange them. There's an arrange tool, which is very old, but it's kind of good. So let's say like 50. So you can just have a look at stuff. So there's a few big rocks and lots of little ones and some medium ones. So I'm just going to grab, all of them, and I'm going to make a circle. Put the axis to XZ, make it bigger. Get a cloner, paste in my rocks. Because I want more small rocks, really. I want a lot more small rocks. I'm just going to duplicate those up quite a few times. I'm just holding Command down, and then maybe get some mid rocks as well. Just duplicate those a couple of times, and I want to mix them up a little bit. So I'm not going to iterate them. I'm going to stick them on random, and then I'm going to put it into object mode, and again, correct order of execution, put the cloner underneath the object. I'm going to drop my circle into the object, like that, and I'm going to make quite a few, say 100, and I'm going to make the circle much bigger, something like that, and I'm going to select middle mouse button selects everything underneath. I'm just going to make those smaller like that. I think I'm going to make my big rocks smaller as well, just manually. Just grab them, doesn't matter too much, I'm not being picky. And then to create some of a movement, I'm going to hide the circle for now, don't really need it. So let's put a random effector on there just to move them around a bit, pull them off the spline a bit, and let's just, so quite often I shift select all the three parameters, and then if you hold down Command on a Mac, you can just scroll them all at once, scrub them all at once. If you hold down, right, there we go, yeah, scrub them all at once, sorry. Something like that. And on the cloner you've got animation controls, which is quite nice. You can move them around the spline, so I'm going to put the rate up. Doesn't need to be that high, let's try 6%. So I'm going to have it a little bit slower than that, you get the idea. I had it really slow in the animation, but just so you can see it. It's doing something a little bit nasty, you're seeing these little jumps here. What you want to do is just tick smooth rotation, and that will fix that. So it's moving around nicely, and you can create some variation of the movement as well, so they're moving at different speeds. Put it up really high. So you can see some are quicker, some are slower. I want lots and lots and lots of kind of space debris. I'm going to make them multi-instances. It's a really nice feature. Stick 500 on there maybe. I'm going to change my spread. I want more of a disc shape, so I'm going to go back into my random effector, just take down a Y, just sort of flatten it like that. Select 2 I want to affect, X and Z, and just sort of push it out a little bit more like that. Also, I'll use this random effector just to randomly rotate them, so just put 360 in all of them, so they're all kind of pointing different ways. I'm going to use the time effector, which is quite a nice little effector. You can use for all sorts of things. Let's drop it in there. Again, maybe let's just put these down below for good practice. I think that's right. And so because I've already rotated my clones, the time effector is just going to keep rotating them 90 degrees every 1 second. So let's just have a look at how that looks. Can't see it brilliantly. I'll just put it up a bit more so you can really see them spinning. So hopefully you can see them tumbling around. So I want to do it more subtly. So 180. You can randomize that as well, how much each one rotates, maybe by randomizing the weight beforehand using another random effector. But that's kind of how I do the space debris. And that's fairly simple. I mean, you can, because they're quite low poly rocks, as you can see. I just sort of hand modelled them. I got some platonics and just pulled them around a bit and just sort of created things just a little bit interesting. And that, you know, it's fairly straightforward, I think, and we can just export that. So again, I won't show you doing it, but I'm just going to export it, and then we can bring that back in and play with it a bit later. We've exported a bunch of sort of alembics. So what do we do with them? Well, this is the kind of fun bit. I'll just grab in the debris, for example. You just get an import dialog, and generally just hit OK. So just hit play, and you just get really nice playback speed. I'm just going to bring in all the elements we had before, so just hold on a minute. So those are all my kind of bits that I've just brought in. We've got the sort of, what have we got? We've got a hexagonal mesh, starting to look groovy and just starting to be kind of a little bit complex. What I'll do is I've just got some basic materials, so lump everything together to begin with. So again, I just press play. I've still got, you know, 8-10 frames a second. I can see what's going on. I can get a sense of the animation. I can do previews really quickly. It's just easier to work with. Obviously, if this was all live, it would be very slow. On any software, really, it would be slow, this kind of level of complexity. Let's just put basic reflective material on. We put a sky object in there. And I've just got an HDR. See what render. So I'm just on physical render. quite lowish settings, just hit render. And actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to just take down my Phong level because I want nice sharp edges. And we start to get something looking a little bit cool, a little bit sci-fi, a little bit spacey, something like that. So what I tend to do a lot is if we just grab, let's check what we're doing. Yeah, okay. So these are the sort of cutaway spheres that we did first. So what I'll quite often do is I'll again start using the same effect. So I'll put in the extrude, put it as one step. Let's do that for the other one too. And then let's put in a bevel deformer as well. Probably just activate the bevel deformer at render time just to give you some slightly like nice edges, just to sort of bling off of. Oh, is it going to start running a bit slowly? Possibly. Let's have a look. Because it's creating a lot more geometry now. So we wouldn't necessarily want to see the bevel at playback. Oh, we're hanging a little bit slowly. I'm not sure what's going on. Let's just turn off the bevel for now. But you get the general gist. You can start just doing the same kind of things that you do to your geometry anyway. As well, what you can do, so which sphere is this one? So that's our main sphere. Let's just concentrate on that one. We could put in our poly effects, and we can just do exactly the same things. We can kind of scale down all our polys whilst keeping it all live, whilst it's still playing back with the extrude on, or whatever. And obviously you could run your, your plane effector through that to kind of transition stuff on if we wanted. And I did that quite a lot in the piece, just sort of transition things on. So again, it's using Alembic, but it's still kind of keeping it live. Let's just take all that off. And yeah, it's just nice to use, and you can, let's just go to wireframe. Yeah, it's just quite a good technique. Obviously you're baking stuff down, so you haven't got the flexibility of keeping all parametric and adjustable, but there's a nice trade-off, and you can do things fast and play them around. You could clone these. You could have a lot of these spheres kind of in the space at once, and it's just quite a fun way of doing it. I guess there's just one more thing I want to talk about. Just talk very quickly about rendering, which is kind of important. Just using kind of float and EXRs, but let's get onto that. So in terms of rendering, I'm just gonna render out a single frame. What I'm going to do is I'm going to try and make some of the little meteors a little bit glowy and just give them a nice effect in post. So this is my debris. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to duplicate it, make it editable. It's a mouthful. I'm just going to start picking a few randomly. Obviously you take a lot more care if you're doing this, but there we go. And then I'm going to hit U and W or select connected. And then I've got material here, which is just got a luminance channel in, and then it's just got 200%. Let's make it 250, and let's give it a tint of yellowy orange or something like that. And then I'm just going to drag it onto my geometry, get a little plus. Automatically creates a set selection on my collapsed geometry, but the cool thing is I can just drag that onto my Alembic and just get rid of my collapsed one. And then let's have a look. Yep, I've got my live kind of ultra bright bits, and there's a good reason for putting it at 200%. If you render in 8-bit or 16-bit, it won't really make a difference. It'll just be a kind of burnt out white, although it will kind of have a stronger effect in the reflections. You get a nice kind of burnt out white effect. But in 8 and 16-bit, it hits a ceiling. When you render in 32-bit in an EXR or something like that, you'll start to get kind of a lot more options in post. I'll just put on that reflective material on. Oop, that's me. Right. What I'm going to do, okay, so let's render an EXR. So I've got it set to EXR automatically. The EXR list is the lowest quality, smallest file size at the bottom, highest quality at the top. I use DWAA. It's a good idea to use 16-bit float and 32-bit here. That just sort of limits your numbers a bit. I won't go into that now. But let me just render this frame and then I'll open it up in After Effects. I've just bought literally that frame. I've rendered, I brought it into After Effects. I've just put a camera lens blur. It's a standard After Effects effect. I'm just going to turn it on, put it on really high. And you see on the image, I'm on 32-bit mode here, in linear sRGB interpolation. And what we're getting is kind of the white, the bits that are 200% luminance. It's still keeping that strength and it's really kind of burning them out. If I use a mask layer, I've just got this mask layer here, really simply done with gradients. So I've got to move myself. Here we go. That just tells what to blur, so it's not blurring in the middle. This obviously looks quite gacky just because I've done it so fast, but it gives you an idea. Let's do a screen grab of that on him, and then let's just stick it on 8 bits to give you an idea of. You see, and then that's in 8-bit, so you really lose that top end. It keeps going in 32-bit float, so it's really useful. And then if you render it as 16-bit floats out of After Effects, out of Cinema, the file sizes are fine, and it's just worth doing, and you'll get much nicer motion blurs when you start doing stuff like this. And an effect I use a lot as well in After Effects as well in this 32-bit is just exposure, and you can really start cranking your values and just kind of making really much more interesting kind of sparkly effects. And I definitely recommend just investigating that. Just try it out. It is really worth it, but you see, that's far too much. It's not looking great, but you get the idea. Anyway, that's the final thing I wanted to mention. Cool, I'm gonna go now. Thanks so much. Bye bye. Examples of a similar kind of things. In this project I did intro, we had this Jaguar and it was driving past some window reflections. So this is the shot there. It's quite short. And all that is just some images of a city. An image of a car on an alpha, so just a PSD, and then it's all just reflected in a bunch of kind of planes, just kind of a cloned grid, and then with displacement mats put on them to give a kind of warped glass effect. And because I was using this kind of 32-bit workflow, you can see some really nice kind of burnt out sections of the shot, and also you've got, if you use physical camera and use depth of field in the shot as opposed to in post, you get the nice bokeh effects, the nice blurriness of the lights, and it can just add some really nice stuff. And the renders on that were pretty quick. It looks like it's some kind of full-on CG thing, but it's not. It's just some images, and that's obviously where you want to be at, where you're doing it quite simply, but it looks nice. It looks expensive. This is a corporate video I did. You've just got this kind of grid-like pattern. It's called an ND tree, but it's just kind of a subdivided up grid, and I've just tilted it a bit, and these shapes kind of fly off of it. It falls away, and then we've kind of got these kind of shards which are meant to be exchanging information, and this big grid thing was done in Houdini, and so are these shapes, and then I just brought it into Cinema and rendered it in Corona Render, which is probably not the most popular render at the moment. So I mean, we can have a quick look at that one. There we go. Here we go. So again, I've just got a bunch of nulls with each little section in. So these little, I'll just step out of my camera. Hopefully I didn't move the camera. I think I did, but I won't worry. So I only made one of these, or I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 of them just for variation, and duplicated. Here's the, if you look here, they're called Pew Pew. Duplicated the alembic, and then it's also got an alembic curve or spline coming out of it as well. If I just scrub a little bit, you can see them shooting across. So I brought in the alembic spline, and then I've just swept it, and it's got overbright colours on it, so you get a nice glow. And I've just moved these around a little bit, and it's great because it's got start of animation offset, so you can choose when it starts, so you can set up all your different alembic instances, or just your alembics in different places, keep copying and pasting them, offsetting the time, offset the position, offset whatever you want, and create complexity that way. And I've used instances for these as well, so I've just sort of dropped a few of them around, and it's pretty lightweight. I mean, you can see, just play it. you know, 7 frames a second, that's fine. You can see what you're doing. You can get a sense of it. Have I got a start? Let's have a look at all these. BG. Oh yeah, so we've got background as well here. So do we want that one? Yeah, this is just for background. Again, it's just another kind of alembic I brought through. And then I could just, because it's baked as an alembic, I could just push it around a little bit and move my camera around and get the shards flying kind of close to it and just kind of see what I want to do. You've got a background element here. But you've got 2 background elements. What's this? I don't know what that is. I haven't been in this. Floating greeble. So this is just like a greebly thing that I fly through, and again I've just put a Mo extrude onto it just to give it a bit of depth, so the geometry can be lightweight or heavyweight depending where I'm at. Again, in this background, I've kind of just got the same thing. It's just literally, actually maybe it's this one here. I've got a background plate, it's beveled, it's just got a random effector on it just to mix it up a little bit and to create some interest. And again, it's just the same kind of thing I was doing for the Kronos Quartet. Again, it's good if let's check I've got that turned on. So this is the alembic I brought in for Houdini, and then it's good because you can bring in extra information if you can send it out of Cinema and back in again, or out of whatever program you're using. But I've got a point color on here, or a vertex color tag, so I can drag that tag into a shader. If you just put a vertex map, vertex effect shader effect in your shader slots, you can bring in all that information. I think I added that to the reflectivity, so some of them were more or less reflective. I think I jiggled up the UVs for everything, so I put on a general texture, but I wanted it slightly different on each little plane, so I just jiggled it up a bit. And that's that one. And then let's look at the quick times again. So this is a Messiaen piece for a composer called Olivier Messiaen I did. And it's got quite a lot of geometry. It's got quite a lot going on. It's quite a complex look. But again, the frame time rendering is super quick because it's just like a grayscale diffuse render with a little bit of ambient occlusion and a cell render. And I put a depth pass on the cell render just to cut it out when it gets very small. I still use the cell render. It's just the oldest effect, but I like it. You've got these cicadas flying around that were done in X particles, and then you've got all these crystals. And again, these are all kind of just alembics mainly. I kind of made them out of cloners and wherever, and just brought them in, and then just offset the timing. Let's have a look at that quickly. Close that one. So this is the Messiaen thing. You see, again, it plays all right in the viewport. I've got some stuff turned off. Look, Clockwork Toys. They've got this kind of, it's a lot of golden ratio stuff. And as you can see, I kind of pull through it all, and then it's got this great big, let me see if I can remember right. Yeah, is it that? Yeah. So it's got this kind of swarm of cicadas that fly out of this great big time clock. And just solo the cicadas, which are just sort of insects, like grass, like locusts or something. If you hold down J, you can just scrub in the viewport, which is quite useful. But so they were done. Here they are coming out of a clock. These were done in X particles, and I wanted them to have geometry and to be kind of aligned, so they're kind of really a low poly little kind of insect thing. So as I said, I used a generator in X particles, and then just exported them as an alembic, brought them back in, so I can retime them a bit if I need to. And then, you know, I've got playback of, you know, 6, 7, 8 frames a second, which is pretty good because they're quite complex. They're flying around, they're doing, you know, some cool flocking stuff. I think it's just the X particles flocking modifier, but it's nice and it does what I want it to do. So that's the Messiaen one. where are we? So that's more or less it. I mean, as I say, you can bring in curves. This is something I did for 59 Productions. You've got this kind of person made of almost kind of shards of energy, but they're just little splines basically that I brought in. And if you just render with hair, it's so quick. I love using hair just to render these things. And you've got the violin, and you've got all these kind of musical shapes. It's quite a tricky brief. It was to kind of, I can't even remember what it was for. When you reach the end of human imagination beyond the quantum, something like that. But again, do your heavy lifting in one step, do all the sims, and then bring it in and play with it in Alembic. That's the general gist of what I'm saying. Just finally, to sum up, I just went through a bunch of kind of modeling techniques using the bevel to do things like create nice hexagons out of triangle meshes, cloning onto splines, just different ways of doing that, and then doing kind of whatever setups you're going to do, using fields to cut things out, or it can be anything. Then export as an Alembic, then bring it in, and then you can use your poly effects, you can use your Mo extrude, you can use the kind of procedural bevel on it, and just all those kind of things. You can bring stuff on and off with your effectors, just your plane effectors, and then it's about also as well looking at the sort of 32-bit float mode, which is, it's not that complex, but it's worth just starting to render in EXR in that mode if you want to have nice glowy kind of burnt out things and nice effects in kind of depth of field and bokeh and all those things. And it's just worth playing with. It can bring an extra kind of element to what you're doing. If you're animating really fast moving little sparks, it can make them really bright and glowy, and it can just add more drama to your images and so on. And finally, just to promote myself, so for me, my website is simonfarussell.com, and I've been doing some sort of arty stuff. So I've been doing some plotter drawings, which is kind of plotting sound waves and stuff, and that's simonrussell.art. And my Twitter's simonfarussell, and so is my Instagram. Anyway, it's been a lot of fun, and if you've got any questions, give me a shout or just say hello. All right, thanks very much. Bye bye.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here at the 3D Motion Show with Simon Russell. Simon, welcome to the show, brother.
Hey, thanks so much.
So, great presentation. I really like how you used a lot of the simple techniques to really bring about really dynamic looks. I'm big into the epic stuff, so I really was happy with it, and it looks like everybody tuning in online was very happy about it as well. So we got some questions, and folks, if you guys have more questions as we go into this, just go ahead and add Matthias Omatola in the chat. My team will queue it up for me, and we'll keep this party rolling. So somebody wanted to know if you could talk a little bit more about how you scanned and used the movement of musicians inside Cinema 4D to create that new effect. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, we used, it's just the old Connect scanner basically, and it was run through a PC, and it uses a piece of software called Breckle, and you basically sit the musicians down there in front of a camera, and we got them to play through the piece just from start to finish, and we had to do it a few times because they had to sort of sync with themselves, and we scanned each of them individually, and basically that gives you a massive point cloud basically that's in a PC, and then you can export it. I think you can even export it straight as an Alembic, so you get this kind of, you just get a don't know, 50-80 gig mesh for each one, and then the trick was in sort of processing it and syncing all those up, but then there's quite a lot of post-processing. Obviously I did kind of different kind of levels of poly reduction on it and all that kind of thing. But yeah, and as well, the Breckle will give you like a texture map as well. Like you can overlay the film on top of it if you want as well. And there's a newer version of the Connect one. I think the Microsoft Azure.
So it gives you a video texture with it? Yeah,
it gives you a video texture with it.
Very cool.
Which I didn't use, but is quite cool.
It's there.
Just in case.
Yeah. I'll take it. It's better to have it than not have it, right?
Yeah, why not? throw it away and yeah.
Let's see. Somebody was wondering, and I think you talked about this, but they were wondering if you imported the XYZ coordinates via Python, but you're saying Breckle is the name of that software.
Yeah,
right?
Breckle does it all.
Yeah, well, maybe maybe after this you can toss in, you can chat me, and I'll share this link with the rest of the crew so that everybody, all of our fam around the world can check it out. All right, let's see here. Could you use this technique? I guess this is somebody else looking for how else to use this technique to recreate a sphere covered with ice. Someone's looking to create an ice surface. So there's probably a lot of ways you can do that.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the things I showed are kind of generalish techniques. So that would be more, I guess, about creating the shaders, but work with it. And then you could just put, you can put your frosty or snowy or whatever shaders on it and create the look. I mean, mine was quite a low poly look, but there's no reason why you couldn't kind of, apply it to anything you want, any kind of look.
Yeah. Get creative, folks. That's what we do here. Get creative. All right. So somebody was wondering, do you storyboard at all, or do you just wing it? It's just like putting things in a scene and just adding things, or
I think, like, in one sense, if you're quite experienced and you've done things a lot of times, you don't need to be so methodical in your preparation, because you've got kind of an idea about how certain things work. But for this, I did quite a lot of sketching, kind of got the ideas in my head of different kind of effects that I wanted to use. I mean, the storyboarding wasn't, because it's just a globe and people, globe, people, globe, people, it wasn't too much, but I did concepts frames for each kind of stage within it, and quite a lot of sketching, because it's good to sketch and be kind of ideas driven rather than technique driven, which is just kind of the idea of letting the software dictate what you're doing. So you don't want everything to be like, it's going to have a random effect, because as soon as you open cinema, that's the first, you'll just go on muscle memory. So I think it's kind of, the more you can be ideas driven, and that sort of ties into what you said earlier about kind of using simple techniques in a way.
Right.
I haven't necessarily done that many super sophisticated things. It's more kind of, you're trying to get across this ideas and use whatever kind of techniques are necessary and be driven that way. And I think you can create more interesting work by trying to be kind of ideas first, and then bring your ideas in to follow that.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes the tool helps you inspire some type of different creativity, but then also having an idea already in your head, and then that idea gets inspired by the tool instead of, I have no idea and the tool is my only inspiration, is definitely a better approach, I would say. Is use your internal creativity before just leaning on the tool, even though it helps. I mean, random seed values and noise patterns, there's like so many different things you could look at. But which kind of brings me to the next question, and that is, what is your inspiration, or what are some of the sources of inspiration that you pull?
So I'm just going to close this door here, just to block out the noise of my family. Hold on a sec.
Yep. Yeah. So this is 2020. Like, it's busy working at home.
So we're live. That is
yeah.
Bath time.
No, look at my inspiration. Everybody here is at home. Everybody here understands what's going on. It's not like, he's so unprofessional. That guy, he'll never work in the industry again.
It's the new normal. Kids hopefully my cat are running.
I was going to say, this is the traditional normal for most of us freelancers and people who work from home. So it's just like another day in the office.
I'm not even wearing trousers. It's fine.
Yeah, standard trouserless. So we left off on.
At the moment, a lot of it's kind of nature. I've recently, not that recently, I live near a lot more forests and nature at the moment, and just being out in that, I think, is a constant kind of refreshing of interesting kind of ideas. And I don't know, over time, there's so many different things I've sort of wanted to try and sort of brought in and sort of think about. It's a hard question to answer, I guess. I mean, sometimes it's just, I'm doing some stuff now with color and just working with colors and looking at painters. I think on a more practical level, I try not to look at so much motion work, because again, I think you get that kind of Pinterest effect of stuff starting to look the same, and try and just look in other places. And that works for me. And I think I'm just getting older and grumpier, and I find I now know a lot more what I don't like as well. And in a way that helps kind of in an odd kind of way. It really helps just edit out loads of stuff. And I think I'm just getting more and more into my little grumpy niche.
A good filter is good. A good filter is good. I tell everybody, unfollow Fridays. It's Friday. It's time to get rid of people on social media. Like, clear out so you have more of, a good filter. Like, any editor will tell you, it's like what you remove could be just as important. Or like, some people take the additive approach or the subtractive approach, like sculpting. Mm-hmm. It's like removing things, kind of reveals a lot more of the art. So
it's definitely true. And it's knowing, I think with more experience, you learn how to be more minimal to do. I mean, it's definitely with cinema, it's like at first you try and chuck everything in. And then you look at these like amazing setups, and some people have just got like a shader and I don't know, just 2 or 3 things, and it's it's that simplicity is hard.
There was several of those over the days. It's like, oh, that's it, that's all you're doing, and you get this beautiful result.
Where you want to be.
Yeah, beauty in the simplicity. Nature's great inspiration. This was a question from me. Screen ratio that you prefer to work in. Do you have a preferred screen ratio?
I think wider is cool, up to 2 or 3 to 1. I like less and less going to square, and then we don't like portrait. And I don't know. As you say, I think it is something to do with that kind of panoramic view and just how it looks on the screen. I think it's nicer just looking at something in a oblong. It's more of a story rather than a bang. Just kind of
instead of
seeing everything.
Like a flashing that. So do more wide ratio work,
that's
folks.
What will make your work good. Yeah,
that's it. Change, all of a sudden, add letterbox. If you work within that, and everything is better.
Awards. Yeah.
So let's see. Was there any tools that you discovered in cinema, like as you were working? Was there a tool that you discovered in the last several years that you're like, oh my goodness, this helps so much?
I mean, multi-instances is really good because it just helps with the speed of it all, and that just really quickens things up. I think polyeffects, the ones I sort of showed, polyeffects, Mo extrude, and those kind of ones are nice because you can just keep using it and keep iterating, kind of like I showed. Those are cool. And I was going to say something else, but just those, I think, probably. And just using effectors in object, point, or polygon mode is quite useful. It's just quite a general good way. Not using them in a cloner, you can do quite a lot, even with objects and stuff. I like doing. Yeah. Let's see. So somebody was wondering, because I definitely like using, the effectors as deformers is a great thing. And you do it really well. It creates such a dynamic look that's a little bit different than if you were going to use just noise or just regular deformation, but using the actual effectors is really cool. If you guys haven't tried it yet, it's just in your effectors. You can actually just go to object mode, point mode. There's different modes. So if you haven't done that, play with that. Yeah, keep it on the same level as the hierarchy. Sort of stick it in a null with your object and there you go. Have some fun. All right. Somebody's wondering, when you work with clients, do you send style frames before starting an animation, or do you make some type of animatic for the style frames and pitch it with an animatic? I mean, I think it just depends on the client and how experienced the client is and how much you've got to walk them through it. Because if it's a really experienced client, you can say, this is a kind of ref, we do it in this style, here's some pencil sketches. But usually you kind of have to guide them through it. I think never assume that the client will get it at all, really, and clients just need hand holding because you just don't know. Because I know I'm so involved just in this world. It's hard to imagine, like, why don't they know what the kind of redshift with 20 cloners and this HDR look like? Are they stupid? And do you know what I mean? It's yes, walk them through it, treat them as children, I think. Yeah. Sorry. It's a different world when you're not a nerd, right? It's a whole different world. Yeah, you don't know how to speak. Strange place. Like, what do you mean you don't understand render times? Exactly. Yeah.
You don't understand IOR? Come on.
Out there talking to people in the fresh air. Well,
Yeah.
not so much at the moment, but there we go. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You talk to them about caustics, and then that's how you
they just glaze over.
Yeah,
What's wrong
that's
with
it. Somebody wants to know what inspires you to work with geometric shapes. Are you particular to working with like platonics and geometric shapes, or it doesn't really matter and that was just the project that you were working on?
It is something I like. It is. There's a series of books. They're called Wooden Books for publisher.
Wooden books?
Wooden Books. That's for publisher. And there's one on platonics, and it's your 5 basic platonics, and it's kind of from Greek mathematics, and just for the amount of interesting, again, really nerdy. Don't glaze over. Yeah, there's very, very.
No, you're in the right crowd. You're in the right crowd. Be nerdy as possible. This is why when they wake up early or stay up late is they're like pure nerd talk. So
yeah, Greek mathematics, platonics is there's so much. They're so sort of fundamental to a lot of the world we see around us, and the mathematics and the sort of the amount of things which are actually in there. I just sort of find fascinating. And I'm not a mathematician or a coder. I'm slowly going that way, but I've got enough just to sort of grasp some of the top level concepts whilst not really understanding it. So I try and use it and struggle with it and sometimes just get there, but I find it, just interesting, intriguing, and there's just a beauty to it. But what does annoy me a lot of the time is when people say, it's sacred geometry, and it's like, guys, triangles are spiritual, and it's kind of like, no, they're just sort of fundamental mathematical shapes, and it's just
I think that's the thing, because math is spiritual. Because people are like, math. It's just, it opens my heart. It looks like math.
Exactly.
Says everybody in school right now. Like, yeah.
But it is. I mean, it's. I guess it's shorthand in a way for people seeing that there's a kind of seeing the underlying relationships and underlying structures quite mathematical, but and then built on these simple kind of shapes and structures, you can have quite simple rules.
Keep the party coming in. It's fine. Yeah. Welcome to the show. It's okay.
Hear her potty mouth. It's interesting with these quite simple shapes and structures. You can start combining them, and then you get this complexity emerging with quite simple rules, and that's quite interesting. Which I do more now as kind of more generative kind of things, which are like that, and it's really interesting to see how things emerge when you kind of set rules and then watch how it flowers, as opposed to being prescriptive in saying, I'm going to build a grid with this many high and fat on the side and so on. So have I rambled enough?
Yeah, build it with honeycombs.
Okay.
The bees know
exactly, and
there's no math. Nature's math is the best math. Exactly. Do you always export in 32-bit?
90% of the time, yeah. I think, and like if you export EXRs with a DWAB, they're smaller than PNGs anyway. They're nice and compressed. You've got the range there, so yeah, I think it's generally a good thing to do. Really graphic stuff, you don't need to do it. So
you export not EXR, you go DWAG.
But yeah, so compression within EXR is the DWAB, I think it is.
So okay, so you use that.
EXR compressions, yeah.
Well, would love to actually share that book too. We already got Breckle, is it? Is that So we already have that in the chat. So if you guys are looking for that, Kevin posted that a little bit earlier. So you can scroll up, take a look for that, and that's there. But definitely send me that book. I'm sure a lot of people would be interested in checking it out because we're nerds and we like math and we like sacred geometry.
That's a whole series, just geometry. Just geometry.
That's it. That's it. Awesome, brother. Well, thanks so much. What's that?
I said, look at you with your triangle.
Yep, that's right. Geometry, brother. Thank you so much for being on the show. This was a great presentation. We'd love to have you back in the future. And somebody said that we need to connect you with Gavin. So Kyle said we should connect you with Gavin from our last show, who does the dancing flamingos and stuff like that. So we should, guys should do a math collabo and just have a master class on math and geometry. So it'll be good.
Thanks. Yeah. It's been fun. It's been great.
Awesome. Cool. Well, we'll see you guys right after this break with our, well, actually, we'll be back with Jonas. So we'll see you right after this break with more R23 with Jonas. See you guys soon.
Bye-bye.
Shake it up, be cool, work it out, do you.
Show me just what you got.
Shake it up, be cool, work it out, do you. Shake it up, be cool, work it out, do you.
Creativity lies in all of us. It's what makes us human. It starts with an idea, the desire to create, to solve, to play, to share, to interact. Together we can build new worlds. The freedom to create for all.
and knowledgeable customer service.
Swim on in for incredible deals on software and plugins at Toolfarm.
My name's Joel Deadmau5. I've been following Jonathan Winbush for quite some time.
Little plug for my friend Winbush.
Hey, this is Dave from MoGraph.com inviting you to check out a new free Cinema 4D Unreal tutorial from Jonathan Winbush. He's taking the Unreal world by storm, and you can't help but say, what up, what up?
What up, Winbush here.
What up, Winbush here. And today I'm excited to give you a teaser of my course created in Unreal exclusively on MoGraph.com.
In this full sample lesson from his upcoming course, Winbush will show you how to bring FBX animations and Mixamo data from Cinema 4D into Unreal Engine.
Cinema 4D and Epic, John Winbush.
If you like that lesson, sign up for notifications on when his course becomes available, and head over to Winbush's YouTube page for more Unreal goodness.
Definitely check out Jonathan Winbush on YouTube.
Cinema 4D and Unreal. Let's go!
Make sure you go to MoGraph.com. I'll check you there. Take care.
Winbush.
Welcome back to the show, ladies and gentlemen, and back by popular demand. I'm here with Jonas Pilz. Jonas, welcome to the show again, brother.
Hey there, what's up again?
All the things, man. We're putting out fires here in Southern California, enjoying the new R23, and amazing presentations. I mean, the whole nerd family tuning in. A lot of people are excited to see you back on the show. What do you got in store for us today, brother?
Well, today I'm going to talk about the UV stuff we introduced, well, in S22 and R23. So, yeah, it's going to be exciting stuff. It was demanded a lot. So, yeah, really exciting.
I was actually thinking, I was like, you know what? I have a character that I need to work on, so I need to pay double attention on this. It's really complex. And I was like, I left it in the shelves for years because I was like, oh, I just don't want to do the UV. It's a lot of intricacy, so I can't wait to actually see it. So let's dive in. And also Monday you have your upcoming webinar, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and share your screen, and you can take us through all the goodies. What do you got?
Yeah. Well, first of all, again, Matthias already mentioned it. There is the webinar on Monday where we are going to cover a lot of R23 stuff. And if you scroll down that web page here, and I think it's going to be posted in the chat. If you get to September here, you find this link here, September 14th. That's Monday. Brand new features in Cinema 4D R23. You can also sign up for the other upcoming webinars about fields and one about fracturing in MoGraph. Well, in motion graphics context. Yeah, so that's going to be exciting. And another thing I'm happy to announce, I'm actually not sure if it has been announced, but yesterday I mentioned it already. If you go to Cineversity, there is a new tutorial series about the Toon Rig that I showed yesterday and how you can set it up. So Sebastian Pfeiffer, the guy who created it, created a tutorial series of 8 videos, and he guides you through all of the steps that you need to take in order to set up a character using his amazing Toon Rig. All right.
Let's get it in chat for everybody.
Yeah, that's definitely a good idea. All right, so let's jump into Cinema 4D, and yeah, I'm gonna start creating the UVs for this guy. So what do we have here? We have the main character from the content browser. I deleted all of the rig, I deleted all of the textures, and I also deleted all of the UVs for the head. So there are no UVs. If I select the character, you see that there are no UVs here. I'm in the body paint UV edit layout, and the only command that is available here in the commands list here in the middle is the set UVW from projection, and this is exactly what we need to do now. I just hit the cogwheel here because this will bring up the settings, and right now the projection type is set to flat. But what we can do, just to give it a try, is we can create automatic packed UVs, and this is already something that has been added with S22. So we added new automatic UV unwrapping and also a new manual approach. So this is the automatic approach. Just hit OK, and here are the UVs. That's a good starting point if you just want to sketch something onto the face in this case, or onto the head. It works best actually with hard surface models, so with machine parts and so on. With organic parts, you already see that if you would love to paint the face here, this might not be the best layout. So let me show you how you can manually unwrap this guy. And the first thing I usually do, once I've got a UVW tag, is I just go to the projection tab down here, and then I hit frontal, and this creates the UVs from camera view, and also make sure that it's all one piece, and then I hit flat. And now I've got the whole thing like in a symmetrical way directly from the front. So that's usually my first step when I try to unwrap something. Then the next thing is I go to points mode, and here on the face geometry, I just select a few points that are on the symmetry axis. And you see that they are also selected here. So one thing we did in S22 already is we unified the modes here. So there are no separate modes for points and UV points, and also not for geometry polygons and UV polygons. So this has all been unified. And the next thing what I want to do is I want to pin them. And in order to do so, I just hit this little button here, add UV pins. And those UV pins will make sure that whenever I unwrap this head, that these points stay in the same position relative to each other. So they will stay in a line, for example, and they will keep the distances. And this is a good thing, for example, if you really want to make sure that your unwrap is going to be, or is supposed to be symmetrical. So that's usually something that I do first. I also noticed that the new algorithms improved in a way that you don't necessarily have to do that, but I just wanted to show it to you. All right. Then the next step is to switch to edge mode. And in edge mode, I need to select edges in order to define the cutting seams, because we want to unwrap this whole thing. And this also means that we don't want to have overlapping polygons in the end. So what I do, and this is already a nice trick, I select the first edge that I want to, the first edge of the long edge that I'm going to select. And then I go to the back here, and maybe let's also solo the head. And then I hold down Control and Shift and select the last one. And you see that all of the edges in between have been selected as well. And now the next thing that I can do already is to hit the UV unwrap button here. So I do that, and you see that this is already looking really good. So we can start improving that, but we could actually still use this for our work. But let me have a look. If we have a look from the inside here, we see that this is the inner mouth part, and the inner mouth part is directly connected to the rest of the mesh, which means that we've got a lot of distortion going on in the mouth area, and we can undistort that a little more simply by detaching it from the main mesh here in the UVs. Okay, and to do so, I will go into the mouth, and now I'm inside of the mouth, and I will choose the loop selection, and I will create a loop selection here, and you can see this is the loop. So the UV view also supports edge selections now, and you can select edges also in the UV editor, not just here in the viewport. And then there's also another cool thing that was added with S22, which are the features or the options here for the loop selection. So what we can do, for example, is we can check stop at selections. And if I check that and I select this edge here, do we have it? Here we go. If I select this one and I hold down Shift to add it to the existing selection, you can see that it goes around here, also where you cannot see it anymore, and it comes back here and it stops at the selection that we already had. And now with this selection here, I unwrap again. So here we go. Now this is, well, not as distorted as before anymore. And we've got these two additional islands, which are the inner parts of the mouth, the upper one and the lower one. Okay, what can we do next? For example, we can jump out of the head and we can try to, just create a cut up here, for example, just in order to get rid of a little bit of distortion up here. And to do that, I'm going to use the path selection tool, and I'm just going to select a path of, let's say, 4 edges here. And I want to do the very same thing, or I want to have the very same thing symmetrical on the other side. And there's another tool that came with S22, which is the mirror selection tool, this one here. And let's hit the cogwheel here just to see what is set up. We're going to mirror an object space. Mirror plane is ZY, tolerance is 0.1, and we want to add the mirrored version to the existing selection. So I hit OK, and now I've got a mirrored selection. OK, so let's hit UV unwrap again, and now you see, OK, that is looking pretty good. All right. So the last thing about these unwrapping workflow that I want to show you is the welding. So let's imagine that we just selected a loop here and then created well, a fill selection down here, and we detached the whole thing. So now it's 2 UV islands, and we did that maybe by accident or maybe not, but we want to bring it back to the state that we had before. We can simply select those edges here. It's easier to select them in the viewport because here it's just one edge. And then we can just hit weld and relax, and we'll go back to what we had before. So that is also pretty cool. You don't have to do that for the whole edge loop. You can just do that for a part, like from here to there or so. But in this case, I just wanted to bring back the whole edge loop and connect the parts completely again. All right. So now let me have a look at the view options that we have in here. So here we've got the view menu, where we can find a lot of these new options, but we can also go to the attributes manager, go to mode, UV settings, and I'm going to lock this window for now, because here we can show the whole UVs or not. Well, that doesn't make sense right now to not show them. Then we can just disable the visibility of the pins. Then we can switch off the boundaries, but actually I really love them. So if the boundary setting is set to seams, you can see that all of the seams have a thicker outline, and you can also see that this outline, or that these edges that have been used for cutting, are still visible in the viewport. That's really cool. And you can also set this to connectivity. And now have a look at the UVs. Here you see that these edges are color coded, and whenever or wherever you have got the same color, like this edge and this edge, you know that these two belong together. And here you've got red and orange, and here at the mouth you also have got red and orange. So these parts would belong together. All right, let's switch that back to seams. We can also get rid of the UV mesh or not. And then there is another section about the shading. And this is also quite interesting because you can set the shading to overlapping polygons, for example. And now let me just select the whole thing. By double-clicking an island, you select the whole island. And let's just move this island over the other ones. And you see, okay, here we've got a red color, and this is because we enabled overlapping polygons here. If I turn that off, that's gone. It's just a nice debugging mode. And the next one would be filled polygons. That's also a nice one. Imagine this. You want to paint the face, and if I select these polygons here on the left side, the left side from our standpoint or from our view, you see that these polygons are also selected here on the left. If I mirror the whole thing, you can see that the filled polygons mode will make this whole island purple or blue. And if I now select this side, it will be the other side here on the mesh, which means if I would paint an arrow from an arrow from here to there, it will actually go from here to there on the other side. So just make sure that all of the islands are like gray, that they have a gray background. This means that the UV polygons are pointing to you and not away from you. All right, the next one is multicolor island. This is also supported by the viewport, and here you, well, that's just a mode that you can more clearly see what islands you have, or how many, or how they are distributed, where is an island, where does it stop, and so on. And you can also see that in here. So also here you can see that the whole mesh is red, but here inside of the mouth we've got an orange and a yellow section. Right, and last but not least, we've got distortion. That's also very nice, because usually you try to find, or you try to create UVs that are as less distorted as possible. So in here, the red areas mean that UV polygons are squashed, and blue means that they are stretched. So you can get rid of those distortions by setting up other edge seams, like cutting seams and cutting the geometry and so on. But we won't do that for now. Because now I want to show you the new stuff of R23. And to do that, I'm gonna go back to the line shading, and I'm also going to unlock the view, the attributes manager here. And I'm also going to clear the UV pins. And now let's have a look at the new stuff. If I double click a UV island here, and let's say it's not as straight as here, not perfectly mirrored, but a little bit tilted, like so. And let's say you want to bring that back to a perfectly symmetrical view, where you can really paint with symmetrical features. You need to set this up somehow, but eyeballing is not the right way. But what you can do is you can go to edge mode now and just select one edge that is on the symmetry axis, because the symmetry axis is assumed to be straight and vertical. And then you just hit align UV islands. And here you go. Now it is straight again. And well, it snaps to 90-degree angles. All right, the next thing that I want to show you is something that has to do with more than one object. So let's assume you want to prepare the UVs for a game asset, for example, and in that case,
that's how most of my UVs look right there, by the way. So
yeah.
I really need to know how to do this.
Yeah. So what you can do now is you can select all of these objects, and then you go to UV packing. And what you can do now is just use the rasterized or geometric packing. And once you hit apply, it will pack multiple objects, UVs, in one UV space. This is something you often have for games, for example, where you have one UV tile for all of the character parts, and then you would paint your maps onto that. Okay, the next thing, and let me turn the viewport solo off, because I want to show that with the trousers or pants, is I want to go to edge mode and create a loop selection again. And that's really cool. I can really do that either here in the UV view, or I can do that here in the viewport. It doesn't matter. That's also something that has not been possible before. And let's say we want this edge to be straight and not as curved as it is right now. Then there is a new command that is called UV straighten, and you just hit it and it straightens out the whole line. If the whole island is like a little bit tilted like this way, and you do the same thing, you can see that it is straightened, but also now it's completely vertical. And sometimes you don't know that. I guess even in most of the cases, when you do something like I do right now, you don't want that. You want this to be straightened from the very first point to the very last point. And you can click the cogwheel here and just turn off auto align and hit OK, and then it will do exactly that. So it will keep the first and the last point, and it will straighten everything in between, which is quite cool. All right, let's go to fill polygons and just rip off that part here. And as you can see, actually, this could be a perfect rectangle when you look at the mesh. But it isn't. and yeah, just pushing points around until you have a perfect rectangle would take a long time. So we introduced the new function here, UV rectangularize. You can just hit that, and now you've got a perfect rectangle. If you open up the cogwheel settings here, you can also check equidistant distribution. And now if you have a look at the distribution here, you see that it's now a very homogeneous mesh. All right, let me show you one last thing here. And I will go to the content browser and just open up this box and also enable the material. That's important here, because what we now also have is support in the UVs for our snapping system. So we can enable snapping and, for example, create pixel perfect UVs. Let me enable snapping now. So I enable it. We can snap to vertices. So here you can see that it snaps. We can also do this with the edges. So snap to the edges here. But we can also pixel snap. And this is something completely new. And this allows you to create pixel perfect UVs. Let's assume that you create a package design or something like that, where you really need, or some print article where you really need pixel perfect UVs. This would be the way to go. All right, so that's basically everything that I wanted to show you, because the time is already over again so fast. Yeah, are there any questions?
Definitely flies.
Do we have time for questions at all?
Don't really have time. We're gonna we can jump back to the studio. We don't really have time for questions, but what we will do is we'll definitely have you back on the show, Jonas. And I know this is something that a lot of people are going to need to digest, like myself. Sorry, I'm not as fast as everybody else out there online, but yeah, there's so many good things here. So I'm going to sit with this, and we'll definitely look to have you back. For those of you who don't know, go to 3dmotionshow.com. If you're on YouTube, just under the video, click sign up so you can be notified of our very next streaming shows. But we're going to take you to our very next presenter coming up, Hayden Martin. So check him out starting now.
Have fun, guys. Bye.
Hey everyone, hope doing well. This is Hayden Martin. This is my first IBC, so I'm really looking forward to all of this. Yeah, just a quick thing about me. I'm basically a motion designer, and I'm mainly working within the fields of sort of like fashion and luxury brands. I came from a background in music, visuals, basically, like so many of us. I was sort of like a VJ, but then I wanted to just have regular, wake sleep patterns. So I decided to get into slightly more commercial aspects of motion design, but I still do music videos and other sort of music related stuff. But what we're going to be talking about today is about some R&D that I did for a recent project, and that was for an outdoors company, and what they wanted was a cool reveal of their logo. And it's that classic kind of case of you're supplied with like a bitmap or a vector of the logo, and you're brainstorming like, how do we do something cool with this? How do we make this reveal? I've been given a bunch of vectors, what's that, splines? What am I going to do? Like sweep these splines in a cool way, or like extrude them? And I think it's quite easy to kind of get lost in just like this thing where, I'm just going to work with like extrudes and sweeps and lofts, and I think there's a lot more that you can do. So we decided to go with revealing the logo in terrain, basically, and the terrain that we were referencing was the Giant's Causeway in Ireland, which has really interesting morphology. If you've seen it, like it's just one of those crazy things where like volcanic pressure has sort of like pushed rock up and out of the earth in these really weird sort of like strands. It looks almost fibrous. and these strands have this kind of amazing sort of like perfectly packed sort of like honeycomb arrangement. So I'm no geologist, but like I try to basically think about, you know, how these things are made, and you know how is the best way to get this nice organic geological kind of look. And yeah, this tutorial is going to be based on the R&D that I went through to achieve that look. Right, so let's get started. The first thing I'm going to do is put down a plane, and it's only because we're going to need it later. And because we're doing a landscape scene, we want it to be really big. So let's go 100 meters by 100 meters. And you know what? I mean, it'd probably be like, you know, twice that size, just because we want it to be big. And also just, you know, it might not matter so much at this scale. Maybe if you go bigger, just if you hit Control D, you can adjust your view clipping. I've got mine set to large, and this is just useful so that the draw distance in your viewport is bigger and you don't get sort of annoying clipping going on. Okay, so let's increase these subdivisions to 400 by 400, and we can hide that for now. Okay, now what we do is we bring our logo in. In this case, I'm not going to work with like a vector of the logo. I'm going to work in sort of like a worst case scenario kind of thing, I suppose, where you get a bitmap, where it's just like a black and white image, or, you know, whatever color. There's a tool in Cinema called the Vectorizer. So if you hit Shift C and type in vect, and then finish the rest, Vectorizer, and then set this to the same size as our plane, so to 20,000. Now we can select our logo, and that grayscale logo, I guess it's some kind of edge detection like algorithm or something like that, has basically been turned into splines as if it were a vector. Let's set the intermediate points to uniform, just so it's a bit more of a kind of cleaner arrangement of points, and set our plane to XZ, so it's flat, so it's like a ground plane. If we get up close, we can see that we're kind of, there's not as much detail in this as we'd like, so if we bring our tolerance down to about 1, you'll see that a lot more detail comes back. And I think this is really important, purely because, you know, when you're dealing with clients who just want their logo visible, you know, it's always important to kind of adjust that. I don't know what I'm getting at too much there. It's just that, you know, the logo always needs to be visible. So let's current state that, and hang on to this. Always hang on to stuff when you current state it, especially in this process, because it's a little bit destructive. But you know, if you current state stuff, at least you have a copy of the original hierarchy that you used to make it, and you can always go back to it. So let's switch that off for now. Go into our point selection, and just select the corner points and hit U. One moment. Select the corner points, hit U, oh man, U, and then W, and that selects all of the attached points, and that can go, you can just delete that. Now we have just the logo on its own. So what we do next is, if we hold Alt and click on extrude, we'll get this nice raised, extruded version of our logo. And what we need to do next is go into our caps mode and just increase this to something like, I don't know, 500. And in coordinates, increase this to 10. All right. Now, what we're going to do is, this is kind of where it gets a bit interesting when we start to actually kind of create the foundations of that weird sort of like honeycomb array of polygons. Copy and paste this plane, so just control and drag it, make it visible, bring it up to here, and if we drop in a collision, so shift and click on collision, and set the collision mode to inside stretch and reference our extrude, you'll see that it kind of creates this slightly kind of like vacuum formed look. Okay, Now, you know, this isn't you know what the final product's going to look like or anything like that. This is just part of the process. So yeah, I mentioned it will get a bit interesting. This is where we use a polyreduce object, and I kind of feel like it's misuse of the polyreduce. But yeah, let's have a look and then I'll talk you through it. So depending on your scene scale, how many polys you're doing, this might take a little while with the pre-processing, but it's pretty quick. If we go into our top view and then also into hidden line mode, you can see how the polyreduce algorithm works. As far as I can tell, it's just looking for like neighboring normals that are, you know, close to one another, and if they're close enough, then they can be merged, and you know, essentially, sort of like you can kind of cull groups of polygons and kind of merge them down. So you know what you can see here is where the plane was flat, it's really reduced down loads, and where we have the collision object, where it's changing the angle quite dramatically, is unable to optimize and reduce as easily. Okay, so this is kind of like this contrast between high and low poly is too high at the moment. You know, you need to remember that we're dealing with like natural rock formations and stuff like that, which do have natural sort of like fall-offs from in frequency and detail. So we're going to kind of mess with the actual algorithm of the poly reduction object by introducing just a little bit more variance in these flat areas here. Okay, so first off, we can switch that off, and let's just go back to our perspective view. And you know, this is really simple. I'm not going to do anything crazy. I'm just going to basically chuck a displacer in here. And it's just going to be running some noise in. The only important thing to really think about when you're doing this is the direction of your displacer. We want it to be set to planar, and we want it to be +y. We don't want it to be set to vertex normal, because that would introduce sort of like swelling and intersection, because you know, if a face is like that, then it's going to push out. We don't want that. We just want it to push up, which is why we're using planar set to +y. So let's chuck in some noise. Okay, and I think I'm just going to change the display mode. Is that going to change? Yeah. And let's crank this up to like 3000. Okay, and now let's increase the height as well. So let's just call this like 30 for the time being. Right, so now if we switch on poly reduction again, you'll see how this kind of like merging process like works in a way. And what we'll have is a sort of a less high contrast difference between high and low poly groups. And you can see that again if I go into top view and into hidden line mode. So you know, we still have triangles here. It's not like they've all just been completely culled. We've got like a nice, maybe culled isn't the right word, maybe merged is the right word, or optimized, but you can see what I mean. Like, you know, we have triangles here, but we still have nice dense triangles on the logo where we need that fidelity. Okay, so first off, I think I'm gonna try and smoothen this out a little bit, and the reason I want to do that is just so I can have a nice sort of like just that extra level of sort of like fall off from sort of like high poly to low poly, and you get some interesting kind of flowing patterns that I think feel quite natural and organic. So we've got our smoothing object there. Let's just Alt-G those together, and what you'll see is this surface suddenly sort of becomes a lot more you know, nicely interpolated. Okay, so you know, if I turn down, if I adjust the strength, you can see what's happening, right? That to me looks kind of scruffy. This looks kind of more natural, and you know how I'd expect it to be. Even though this isn't, you know, not a scientific process at all in any way, or is just in my mind, you know, nature flows nicely. Okay, so let's current state this. And when we do that, again, we can just switch off all of the old stuff, keep it lying around, because we will, you might need it back, like kind of later if for whatever reason there's an issue. And here we have our editable plane. Now, the problem here is that this is still raised, and we want to just flatten this out. Okay, so what we'll do is let's just hit Control A, go to our scale tool, and then in our modeling axis of the scale tool, we can adjust this axis, and we want it to be as low as it can go. Basically, it's looking for the lowest point of the bounding box of the selection, as far as I can tell. And let's just hold Shift and dial this right back down to 0, and now what we have is a completely flattened out version of the mesh. We didn't have to like go into our coordinates or anything like that. We just did it within, you know, the actual mesh itself. Now, if we go into our points mode, we can select all of these points and get them ready for the next step. So select them all with Control A, hit Shift C, and then type in set selection. And now you can see it's created a selection tag, and they're particularly useful because, you know, you can make all sorts of different selections, but if you want to get back to something that you had before, you just double click it and it will be there. Okay, so what we do next involves subdivision, and it's important that you use the right subdivision type, which is Catmull-Clark. This is subdivided too much. We only need it subdivided once, like this. And you can kind of see now a little bit more of that hexagonal kind of like packing shape, that kind of like weird like honeycomb effect. You know, if you look at it, you can kind of see that there's almost like these kind of like circular hexagony arrangements of stuff going on. But the problem is it's all quadded, and we actually just want sort of like n-gons basically, which are combinations of polygons that can allow for shapes other than quads and tris. So again, what we're going to do is current state this subdivision surface and switch it off and hide it. And because we created that selection tag, we now have access to those individual points, even though the mesh has actually changed. And what we're going to do with these points is clear them away, which will give us our n-gons. So if we go to Mesh, Remove, and Melt, and just give it a moment, you might think it's frozen or something like that. It hasn't, it's just computing in the background. What you'll get is quite an interesting looking mesh, like this. Okay? So we have kind of this cool, like packed geo going on, which falls off into these really nice, sort of like super detailed, kind of like flowing arrangements of like these honeycomb cells, maybe is the best way to put it. You know, you've got this kind of cool, kind of like flowing shape here, and it looks almost like it was molten. You know, it looks like it was molten at one point and then it's set, just like lava or something like that. Right, so that's all good. The next part that we're kind of going to move on to is extruding this surface and actually beginning to kind of create our mountainous landscape stuff. You know, our mountainous landscape geology. I think, yeah. Okay, so the way we're going to do that is by breaking up these individual n-gons from their neighboring n-gons. We don't want them to be sort of like joined, you know, like this. You know, we don't want these points to be all like welded together. We want them to become separate. So the fastest way that I found to do that is by using the shatter object. So if I hold shift and click and drop the shatter in here and just zero these values out, if I start to increase strength, you'll see what I mean. Now the points have kind of unwelded. So let's just keep it at 10 for the time being, just so we can see what's going on. And now what we're going to do is use a MoGraph effector as a deformer. And this is always something I always forget about, well, until recently anyway. Now I use it all the time, but you know, MoGraph effectors I always affiliate with just like the cloners and matrix objects and stuff like that. But you know, they can, when you use them as deformers, it's pretty cool actually what you can do with them. In this case, we just need, you know, a really basic plane. And if you go into deformer and set this to polygon, you'll see that they just shifted a little bit. They shifted on the wrong axis though. They didn't shift on the Y, they shifted on the Z. We'd need to fix that by adjusting our transform space and just set it to object. And now you can see that they're going, you know, in the correct axis. So, obviously with effectors you can use fall offs and fields. So if I chuck in a spherical field and make that, you know, larger, you'll start to see the foundations of like the effect that we're after. And just so this is all a little bit more sort of like clearer, so we have a clearer idea of like this shape, we're going to use the cloth surface to extrude these polys. So alt and click the cloth surface. You can bring the subdivisions down, and then if you put negative values in here and start, you know, increasing those negative values or decreasing them, you'll eventually get this like interesting geo going on. And if I just put it into this mode, you can see you've got these, you know, individual steps, just like the Giant's Causeway. And the reason I'm doing negative values is because I still want to be able to treat this like a ground plane. You know, if it was positive, all of a sudden my ground plane would be like, you know, higher than it was when I started, I suppose is the best way to put it. Like, I don't want it to extrude upwards when my ground plane is still here. I want it to extrude downwards, and my ground plane is remaining sort of like zeroed out and in the center of our scene. Okay, so let's just make this negative 3000 for the time being. Okay. So we have our fall off in there, but we don't want to use like a spherical field as our fall off really. What we want is to be able to use our logo as our fall off. So let's just delete the spherical field for the time being. And let's just hide this. And this is where we come back to that plane that we put in the scene at the beginning. So if we switch that on and just go into hidden line mode, you can see it's nice and dense. And the reason it's dense is because we kind of want to treat each poly in this like a kind of a pixel. We want it to be quite high res for what we do next. Okay, so first off we make this editable. And then we go into poly mode, Control A, Shift C, and then set vertex weight. Hit OK. And if we're going into our regular kind of flat shading mode, you can see that we've just created basically a weight map, and it's all set to 0. We don't want it set to 0. We want it to be inheriting strength from the texture. Okay, so what we're going to do is create just a regular material PBR and chuck it on here. And in the PBR material, if we just go into luminance and select our texture, you'll see it's stuck down in the exact same kind of place and coordinates as, you know, how it appeared in our vectorizer, and that's purely because we just made sure that our vectorizer and plane were the same size. Okay, so we can exit that, and if we go into our weight map, we can go into fields, and in fields we can use a shader field, and we can reference the luminance channel from this texture tag, and then we have the texture driving fields. And the only reason I've kind of done it like this, rather than just kind of plugging something into a custom shader, like, you know, file, is because, you know, I still want access to my UV controls. You know, I don't know how you're going to use this, you know, but if you wanted to use it on this technique or whatever, on anything other than a plane, basically, or if something was like UV'd in a custom way, you still have access to all of that control. Alright, so let's go back into the weight map and just invert these values, because we want positive values in the logo, because what we want is to raise up the terrain at that point. If you inverted it, it would sink down, I guess. I think that's how it'd be. So if we go into back into our cloth surface and we go into our plane, now we can just drag in the weight map, and that's our fall off. And as you can see, if we just hide that plane, that reference plane, we now have our logo extruded, and we can see, you know, like this nice high fidelity detail from where the triangles were denser at the beginning whilst we were using the poly reduce object. Okay, so we've got a nice dense arrangement of these kind of cool packed rocks. Okay, so to me still though this looks very CG, right? This doesn't look natural at all, and that's because we need to create that nice sort of like lead up into these shapes. Right now, you know, it's way too you know, rigid. So in our plane, in our vertex map, let's first off just set this to max, and if we control and click and drag down, it'll create another one. But with this one, we want to change our mode, and we just want to change it to average, and you'll see what effect it has. You know, it's suddenly starting to kind of like blur out just a little bit. It's becoming softer. It's a softer fall off, which is a really nice kind of like natural looking kind of feature. So if we just switch off that one, we can get a clearer look at what's going on. So I think let's start with 1000. Okay. Now we've got these mounds basically, and we want them to lead up into this nice vertical form. So let's control and click and drag again, and just half this value. You can start to see it's easing into that shape. Okay, gonna do it again. And once more. Now if we switch on this kind of base one, what we should have is this cool kind of like ramping into it. I still think maybe it's a little bit hard, but you know, I think that's up to you to sort of, you know, get into refining. You can play with these maps as much as you want, really, and you can get all sorts of different effects. But right now, I'm happy enough with it. Although the top is still like way too flat. It's as flat as our ground plane here. You know, this just needs to be. This needs to be a little bit more irregular, I think, to sell it when our camera view is on a ground level before it goes up above for the reveal. Okay, so the way we're going to do that is just introduce some noise like we did earlier. Just chuck in a shader field at the top, and we're going to set this to normal, so it's applying across the black and white of values, and not just like being multiplied or added in. Okay, and in that field, we're just going to choose noise, and we can, I don't know, increase this to like 500 or something. And I always just go wavy turbulence, really, just because it just gives that extra little bit of sort of like kind of like scruffiness to the noise that looks just a little bit less default. Maybe just make this 1,000. I want to start seeing like some noise pattern, but not too much. Maybe 2,000. We set this to world space. Might change things. Let's just roll with this. Okay, and now if we go into blending on that shader field, just bring it down to like 20% or 25 even. So we're preserving our overall shape. We've just introduced a little bit more regularity in the y-axis. Okay, so if we're down here, we got like a kind of camera view down here, and then all of a sudden like a drone, it just goes like and launches up. We've got this kind of like reveal of the logo, right? So I think this is in a pretty good place now. I think we could probably make it just a little bit more dramatic by increasing this value to like 3,000, just so these are a bit steeper. And I think it just looks like a little bit more kind of crazy. And maybe the shader field is a little bit too much at this point as well. So we could bring that down maybe to like half of what it is. So just 525 by 2, 12.5. And if you want this to kind of like soften off into a kind of flat area here, you could probably use like the vertex map set to average, inverted, and then like multiply it onto it on top of all of this. So like once you're out of a particular kind of threshold of that map, it suddenly sort of like zeroes out. But what I do next is actually going to kind of solve this problem anyway. All right, so let's drop in a plane. Again, like I think it was 20,000 by 20,000 centimeters, and I think if we make this 200 by 200 and bring it up just a bit, we'll start to see what effect it's having. So this plane could be anything. It could be water, it could be sand. In this case, I'm going to imagine it's sand. And just so I can kind of like visualize the way that these materials kind of interpolate a little bit better, I'm just going to change the colors in my viewport, and just it's a good way, whilst you're just like fleshing out and blocking out stuff, just to have an understanding of like how much am I actually going to see when it comes to rendering this thing. Okay, so let's make this like a kind of cool, kind of canyony, orangey red. I think this could probably be a little bit more yellow. All right, and if let's just chuck a displacer in here. Let's put some noise in. Make the noise really big, like 3,000. Okay, and increase the height maybe to like 100. Now you can see we're starting to get this kind of like June-y kind of effect. Now, obviously we're just kind of like blazing through this tutorial, and it's really just to give you sort of an insight into how I went about building the scene. These are the fundamentals of it, but what you could do is actually use real like height data from like satellite images, because if you've ever seen sort of like a height map of terrain or anything. It's basically the same as like your regular bump map, displacement map. It's just a grayscale image determining like, you know, low point and a high point from black to white. So if you wanted really realistic dunes, sand dunes, maybe you could find a really nice satellite you know, height map of actual dunes, and you can get that really nice like randomness that you just kind of get that maybe you can't necessarily achieve so quickly with like noise shaders and stuff like that, you know. Same goes for this. The reason we used a texture tag there to drive the wake map that is, you know, creating the actual elevation is not just because we want UV mapping. It's because maybe I want to pipe in again like height data, you know, satellite height data, and it doesn't have to just be a logo, it could be anything, you know. I think that's what's really important to kind of like remember here. For that kind of like realism, it's really nice to try and have sort of like real like scans, sort of like displacement materials and things like that, because obviously in this viewport right now it just looks like really flat and stuff, but when you render it with like really nice displacement maps and things like from Megascans or something, all of a sudden it will really come to life, and you know, it'll all be pretty low poly, you know, like, I mean, like this is all pretty manageable at the point, you know, at this point, you know, it's complicated, but it's not really high poly, so it's still pretty responsive. Okay, so yeah, let's just, I think, make this just, yeah, let's double the size of this dune stuff just so we can see a little bit more. And you know, you could even take it a step further. In the animation that I made earlier, I had water, and that, you know, that was quite nice just because it introduced a little bit more reflection, and then it made it feel a little bit more like kind of an oasis kind of scene. You know, you just, you know, adjust your water load as how you want. The way I kind of think about like this point is like the level builders in like Far Cry and stuff like that. If you ever played that game, like you can just kind of adjust like water levels and stuff like that. It's quite cool. And you know, if you want to get really deep into it, one of the things that I did in a video was like scatter plants, and I just created a small fall off to determine where the plants would be growing. So typically they'll be around the edge of the water, just because of the way they root and stuff like that. Okay, so yeah, I think that will do for today. I hope this is all, you know, like useful to you, and that you kind of like use this in an interesting way. And I'd really love to know if there's a particular way of achieving that sort of like end-gone surface mesh without having to kind of like make things editable. You know, if we can kind of do this where everything just kind of remains in like a hierarchy, and we're not having to sort of like be destructive in our workflow along the way, that'd be amazing, because all of a sudden we can have so much more kind of like granular control over these, you know, this kind of like blocking out stage that we're doing. Okay, so I hope you have fun, and yeah, let's catch up soon. I guess, like, just get at me in the comments, and then we can talk about this some more. All right, thanks, see ya.
Welcome back to the show, ladies and gentlemen. I am here with Hayden Martin. Hayden, how are you, brother?
Good. Yeah, no, that was fun.
Well, thanks for coming to the show. We have a lot of people tuning in. They wanted to say you're a genius. So you're a genius out there. It's official because the internet said it. So there's no taking it back now. So somebody was wondering what the scanning software was called. I'm wondering if it's the Brickle, and I posted that before. But was there any other scanning software that you use? Do you work with scanning software at all?
Yeah, I do a lot of like 3D scanning. The main thing that I use for like actual 3D scanning at the moment is just reality capture, because it's really user friendly and it's really quick to just pick up, and you can get some nice results out of it and optimize it pretty quickly. But then my favorite thing at the moment that I've been working with is PF Track, which is particularly good at creating photogrammetry models from footage, and that's really nice. You can get a very dense kind of point cloud kind of thing, but then you can bring the 3D tracked camera and geo into Cinema and then kind of carry on from there and do further work. I mean, Cinema's also got really good, like, nice photogrammetry and tracking and scanning features in there as well. So honestly, I pick up and use a bit of everything most of the time.
Very cool. With this scene setup, I mean, it looks really cool. Are you excited about scene nodes? Would you want to try and build this out in scene nodes?
Yeah, well, I mean, I've been paying attention to all of the R23 updates and like scene nodes. I had a look just at the details, and I realized this entire scene could have been done in scene nodes and kept pretty much non-destructive the whole way, I think. The main reason being just like you have the options like the kind of like melt points actually accessible in nodes. And so if I was to just like take the selection, pass it through the subdivision, hold on to that selection, and then melt those points, I would then have like a procedural hexagonal kind of mesh that I could then continue to extrude however I need to.
Yeah. Super cool. So what were some of the things that really like inspired you to get you into the industry?
So with 3D in general, I mean, like, I from a young age was always kind of like pretty set on just working on like moving image, really. I remember like, I'm kind of showing my age here a bit, but like when I was like playing Flash games and stuff, I was really into that, like in whatever, like 2002 or something, or 2003. And then ended up picking up Bryce 5 when I was really young and just doing really, really simple kind of like landscapes and renders like that. And then I dipped out of it for a while and ended up just coming back when I was about like 18, messing with After Effects and pretty much maxing out everything that I could do in like 2.5D and just really realizing I needed to take the leap forward into 3D. So yeah, I've always been a big time like kind of gamer as well. Well, especially when I was a kid, not quite as much now, but like the real interest and like motivation to like get into 3D and like motion in general was purely just like the fascination of like creating worlds and like digitizing worlds and things like that. So I suppose to most people, maybe they don't care about like, a bump map or a normal map or whatever, like ways of preserving detail and data in textures. But I found it somehow really interesting and exciting. So yeah, I just carried on pursuing it and found myself just getting into, like, I suppose like more like photoreal centric kind of like projects involving sort of like representations of like realistic things or formations or foliage or something like that.
Yeah, definitely. Now the photorealistic stuff, I think for everybody growing up seeing that movie or that video game, that cutscene or something like that, it just really inspires like, oh wow, someone out actually did this. This wasn't like in camera, this was created. And the creative power of world building is definitely something that inspired me a lot too. I was like, wow, I have ideas and I can't draw, but maybe this program can help me,
Yeah, no, that's totally what it is, isn't it? It's just kind of exciting. And obviously, like seeing The Matrix for the first time or like Blade or whatever, it's just really ridiculous stuff that you're so excited by that you just want to know how they did it, and it just turns out it was animated or something, or a really crazy camera array, or
Yeah, that bullet time effect. I think so many people got in like, what is happening? How do you change time and have objects in the air? So speaking of that, is there like an ideal project or a client that you would love to work with? What type of clients or projects really, inspired, excite you?
It's funny. I mean, I've been working mainly, like, I mentioned it, but it's like mainly with sort of like fashion brands and sort of like luxury brands for a while, and I do really, really enjoy that work. I like it because typically there's more room to have, go with like slightly weirder, like higher concept ideas where you're like also mixing in stuff like quite good, just good looking product shots and things like that. So like more work where I can incorporate, I suppose like nice refined like product lighting setups and things like that, or like nice reveals, set pieces is ideal. So I suppose like an ideal client would be like somebody that represents all of those things. So like I've always liked outdoor stuff. So,
oh, nice. Okay. I think a Patagonia or like
for sure. Absolutely. But then also at the same time, I really just like I like super simple stuff, which is just naturally beautiful, almost like photographic, photoreal renders. So I'm kind of on a personal quest at the moment to sort of like increase like my understanding of rendering and realism and things like that. And I would eventually like to get into kind of working more on like film or TV level things.
Really cool.
For the time being though, like I think like the main focus for me is like more product centric stuff, and also just kind of continuing with like my sort of like side sort of like hobby of like working with musicians and producers and things, and just creating like fun album art, because again it's like it's flexible and nice, and like you've got a pretty good scope to just like try out a lot of stuff. So I think
that's amazing. And speaking of, as far as like photorealistic renders and things like that, somebody wanted to know when it comes to rendering, what do you use? What renderer are you working with, or do you work with several?
Well, like for a few years I was with Octane, and I've recently sort of like made the full kind of like complete jump, I'd say, to like using Redshift as my main renderer all the time. I dip back to Octane purely because like clients might get supplied assets that have been like textured or whatever in Octane, or like have been optimized for an Octane scene. I just, if something's time sensitive, I don't necessarily want to have to like rebuild everything.
Yeah.
So I just roll with it. But if I have the choice, I kind of roll with Redshift all the way, and it's purely just because I have that kind of granular control to get my fast like multi-passes out in like EXR, and not have to sort of like redo a different pass like every single time, and then also just to be able to like optimize my scene right down to the point where it's like I'm deciding where like how much diffuse light is coming out of one particular light, or like what object is receiving diffuse light at all in the scene, or just like funny little tweaks like that. I like to be able to go in and tune that stuff.
Definitely. What would you say or recommend for somebody who's coming over from Octane to Redshift? Do you have any pointers or any hurdles that you overcame that you're like, oh, this is really good to know when I'm working with, when I'm switching over, this is some things to know that help it make it? Or was there a class or anything that helped you along the way, or how was that transition?
Well, really, like I'm always just like a fan of trying to just like read manuals of the actual software, and I think I like Cinema for that reason, because I can just right click and find help. And with most plugins and like renderers, you won't be able to find documentation like that. The main thing, I think, like kind of like main thing to remember, I think, when you do pick up Redshift from Octane, is that you know, presumably everyone starts rendering sort of like the standard renderer or like the physical renderer before they even think about going third party. And so I think they are actually a good way of, you know, saying what Redshift is like. It's like you know, it's not physical, basically. It's not super physical anyway. You know, there's a lot of control to be able to sort of like get the look, but like with less sort of like, you know, intensive sort of calculations and things like that going on. So, you know, like it's not like I have to like half trace everything, and I think it's just good to work with, I think, because you can suddenly get into it without having to be so physical about everything in your head. You can just kind of like, you know, cobble your objects together, and even though it's probably not, you know, the right way to work, it's definitely a kind of like a nice fast way to work, and it's stable, and you can get like pretty fast results from it.
So it's like more like building in pieces instead of trying to have it, you know, everything finalized. You can keep tweaking as you go. More of that.
I think like it almost gives you like a slight sense of relief, because you're not having to envision it just being built physically like the whole time, like, and trying to actually think about how the light is bouncing and things. But you know, you should there's still good practice. You know, you should build things at the correct scale, so like light bounces the correct amount and stuff like that. And you know, overall, I do tend to like try and build things as if they are, you know, physical. It's just having the option to sort of like kind of break away from those rules as and when you need to. That's you know, a particularly, you know, helpful thing.
Yeah, very cool. Well, that's all the questions that came in. Thanks again, Hayden. Really appreciate your presentation, and yeah, hopefully we can get you working on some scene nodes, and you can come back here in the near future.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Cool.
Awesome. Thanks. We're going to take a quick break, folks, and we'll be back here with our next presenter. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
Cool.
Shake it up, be cool, work it out, do you.
Show me just what you got.
Shake it up, be cool, work it out, do you.
waves with amazing deals and fast and knowledgeable customer service.
Swim on in for incredible deals on software and plugins at Toolfarm.
Create without limits with precision mobile workstations. Maximum power, speed, and performance when and wherever you need it. So you can perfect every pixel. Break ground in unexpected places. And make the most extraordinary ideas a reality. Discover your next big idea. Precision mobile workstations. Create without limits.
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars designing and creating statistics-based MOGAT templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
MoGraph.com, an online resource for motion graphic artists. Start your week with the MoGraph podcast. Industry news, interviews with your favorite artists, and terrible humor. Watch live shows and interviews from MoGraph events like NAB, SIGGRAPH, HalfRes, and local meetups.
This is exactly what I should be doing.
Our MoGraph Talks feature live demos and motivation from artists all around the world.
Sometimes you gotta make stuff that you're not gonna put on your reel, and I'm not here to judge.
What if Rick and Morty show up for the countdown at midnight? That's where I peaked in life, in my career.
We gotta stop this thing, Rick! It's gonna kill us all!
Hear from the people that create your software, design your render engines, and artists that are changing the face of modern motion graphics.
You get that render done. Yeah, you better frame what?
MoGraph tutorials and online classes will teach you about Cinema 4D, After Effects, as well as other popular software and render engines.
Throw in HDR Studio, take the render settings, pick the HDR, put in a reflection, and gorgeous.
Join the conversation in our live sessions.
Ah, that's so funny! All right, I'm gonna live forever!
Subscribe today and get the latest updates on our YouTube and other social media channels.
Take all your dreams and just do it!
Subscribe to MoGraph.com.
Welcome back to the show, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Matthias Omatola, your host, aka Major VFX on all the social platforms. For all of you who are tuning in on YouTube, make sure you've gone to 3dmotionshow.com and hit sign up right under the video to make sure you get notified of all the latest and greatest news from Maxon, Red Giant, Redshift, the whole family over here. Stay tuned for our next presenter, and we'll be back for Q&A right after Dimitri.
Hello everyone, my name is Dmitry Glazerin. I'm co-founder and art director of Monolith Studios. And today I want to talk to you about creating automotive projects in Cinema 4D with Redshift. I want to share these moments with you because there are not so many tutorials and infos how to create these things in Cinema 4D with Redshift, because mostly pipeline were based for many years in 3ds Max or Maya with V-Ray, Corona, but nowadays more and more studios going to and switching their pipeline to Cinema 4D, and me personally as well. So let me quickly introduce myself. I've been working in advertising industry as a CGI artist and art director more than 10-12 years, and for that period of time I had a chance to be a part of many very good and nice studios such as Platinum FMD, Light Farm, Zombie Studios, Recon Farmhouse, Cream, many others. So, and I lived in Brazil, Australia, Europe, Germany, and many different places. I worked like for full time and for some contracts period, like 1 year, 3-4 months, and did many different options. And as you can see, I had a chance to work not only with automotive projects. Yes, sure, there are like many automotive projects, but also there were matte painting for different projects and some classic advertising projects. So yeah, like many of different styles and many different brands, and like there were so many different stuff. And basically I started as 2D artist, but then I added more and more 3D into my pipeline, because 3D helped me to increase my speed and increase my productivity. I could create much more stuff, but those days there were not so many options like nowadays. Mostly they were like Maya, 3ds Max, and yeah, I started with 3ds Max and V-Ray, and I used this software for many years, but not so far. I switched my pipeline to Cinema 4D and Redshift again, because it's just more comfortable, and it's developing so fast and growing so big, and it helped me to speed up my productivity. And few years ago, me and my friends David and Maxim, we founded our personal studio, what is called Monolith Studios, based here in Germany, and we are growing even with Corona and all these things. And yeah, we're producing different animations and with different products, and for sure we do lots of stuff for automotive, interior, exterior, retouching, and many different stuff. So let me quickly show you our show reel. here, what exactly we are going to create today? Like quite big set, and here you can see some close-ups, some interior parts, exterior with backplates. There are some exteriors with full CGI parts, and yeah, basically it's exactly the same location, exactly the same setup, and the main difference here is just the camera position and a bit of different lighting, quite a bit different grading, but most of them is just the same thing. And my goal is today to show you how to create with materials, lighting and all the setups this main scene. Cool. So let's talk about how the process works in general, because we very often get many questions about, hey guys, how it works and communicate photographers and CGI artists, because sometimes brands use photographers for producing some stuff, sometimes CGI, and like sometimes together, and how it works in general, what are the different fields. Okay, let's take a look. And many years ago, there were mostly photographers because CGI didn't work really well, and like the basic pipeline was to like organize photo shooting, make lots of images, select them, and then do some retouching, grading, and as a result get the nice results. So a bit later, CGI starts to work better and better, and sometimes now you can see some full CGI locations, like that one examples. So yeah, as you can see, like clay render, it's all like fully CGI created stuff. Okay, what's the difference? Because creating photo material is faster, and when you need to create, I don't know, 50 images in very short period for some catalog, in this case, call photographer and organize photo shooting will work much better, because it will be faster and like quality would be really photorealistic. So if we talk about some new model, for example, like let's try to imagine this is a new model, and this model like in only one unit of this car, and it's in another like exhibition in another point of the world, and it's impossible to organize photo shooting in some, I don't know, pergola in the middle of mountains, or for example there is no exact location what client wants, just it's not real, so they need to create some specific kind of location. In this case, CGI works better, but more and more often there is third option where, my favorite one, when photographers and CGI artists works together, because photographers can create the location, like photo shoot them, create 3D sphere background. We will take a look about that later. And CG artists can prepare the 3D model and match them together and get a very nice product. So it works much faster than create that CGI locations, that location fully in CGI. Try to imagine it took weeks to recreate all these things and leaves and everything in the same quality. So, and yeah, the truth is somewhere between in the middle of the directions. So this is also why it's my favorite, and this is what we are going to talk, not about full CGI location. We are going to talk about how it works, backplates with HDRIs and CGI stuff. Our plan for today will look like, I will tell you where you can get a model for free, because I think if you are an experienced artist, you probably know. If you are just beginners, it's a big question how and where you can get a model for free. The second one, where I can get a location with backplates and HDRIs. The third one, how to put the car into your scene and set up the materials. And we take a look on some particular examples, what usually takes most of the questions about car paint, transparent materials like glass, because there are different type of glasses, like for headlights, for windows, the red one for the rear backlights, the yellow one, and many different transparent stuff, and some generic like metallic, plastic. I will just show you some tips and tricks about how to set up your some exact material what you want to get. Then we will talk about the camera and backplate, how to put them together, how to put the lighting, what we have, how to prepare everything for rendering. We will talk about render passes, what we will need to use later for compositing, and post-production. We will do it in Photoshop because mostly in advertising industry we work with very big resolutions, and if we talk about stills, static, not an animation. Sometimes static is between like usually 10 and 20k, and do it in After Effects. It's very difficult. So yeah, this is why for statics we use Photoshop for post-production. Where I can get a model, there are two different ways how and where you can get it. First of all, CAD data. CAD data is professionally engineering-based 3D data assets, and if you don't have a real client like directly, like Mercedes or BMW or I don't know many others, it's very difficult to get CAD data models because they are super 100 physically correct, even at tiny gaps, but there are very strong NDAs because many confidential information, and mostly you can get that data only for real client. There are some like personal fun stuff, like in the GrabCAD you can type RexFu. So, and this guy created his personal models. That's not like 400% real client CAD data. It's like personal reconstruction things. So, but they are for free for personal using, and for practice you can come download them. They're very nice, very detailed, and modern enough, good for your personal images and personal practice, and they are super good. Just give appreciation to this author because he did a very nice job. So the second option, the most often thing what we can get, is polygonal models. There are many different stocks where you can just, if you type in the Google just buy 3D model car, there are different stocks. So like TurboSquid, Hum3D, CG Trader, many different types. You can just type it in Google and you will find it. But if we talk about some, again, free stuff for just personal usage, for practice, go to Behance. So in Behance you can type 3D model free, and there are some artists who for example, appreciation. So, and there are some artists who share it, their personal created models for you. For example, very nice alpha, and you can, and there will be probably pretty sure the link, where you can also give some appreciations to the author and Ford Mustang, and and also what I am going to use is Porsche Singer 3D. So there is a very nice 3D modeler, sorry if I pronounce wrong, Simon Kubicki from France. So, and here you can find the link where you can download his model. Also it's available for, you can give him some, I don't know, credits, put some, I don't know, small money, because he did a very nice job, super great model, and this model will be our hero for today. So, and as you can see, there are many different models available. You can get one of them for our tutorial, not a problem. So actually there are the most easiest ways to get a model. About locations. First of all, let's talk about where and how get some of them for free. Very nice website, HDRI Heaven, with all the HDRI spheres for free, and some of backplates also. Also, like, if you like it, don't forget to put some donates, because yeah, like, after puts lots of things, lots of time in this website, and there you can find some backplates and HDRI, and even in RAW format you can download them and play with them. Very nice stuff. And but if we talk about professional, there are photographers, and for sure we are trying to simulate and imagine that today we're kind of like playing in real life project, and we need some photographer with backplates. And in this case, we will work with Dmitry Bocharov. Yeah, one more Dmitry. Very talented LA-based photographer, and at Gumroad for also not a big money you can find some backplates what you can use for personal usage. And yeah, Dmitry is very talented photographers, and Dmitry Bocharov. So, and also he creates he works not only with CGI and also with photo material. And yeah, today he will be our partner, and he will also prepare some special gifts for you for that tutorial. And yeah, and we are going to use that set for today. Okay, we open the scene, and here's what we see. Very amazing model. Even all the materials are grouped by the topics: wheels, emblems, interiors, exteriors, paint, and many others here in the bottom. This is really cool. We don't need the canvas, camera, delete it, lights also don't need it. Super detailed car, even with some simple rig for doors, for wheels. Awesome. So, and very detailed interior, what also will be good to use for some close-ups, and we will definitely do it. Okay, about materials, they are applied and they are named. This is very cool. If what we're going to do with replacing materials, for example, here's the wheel. So right click, select one of the material, right click, select material, text, objects. You can also solo this and see how it works. Okay, cool. And create the new redshift. Okay, set up the redshift. Increase for now the canvas. Create redshift material. And if you hold Ctrl Alt and then drag and drop material to what the thing what, okay, this one is type base. Here's the created as material. Hold Ctrl Alt, drag and drop, and this material is applied. And now we can change it and set up material for tires. Be careful with exact Ctrl and Alt, because only Alt will rewrite completely and you will lose the name of material. It will start just as material, what is not comfortable, because all the materials are named right now. So okay, before we start to create materials, the super crazy important thing, we need references. We need mood boards and references. For that, go to the Google, type, right now we work with Porsche Singer type it and take a look, because in this case you will see all the options with different car paints and how it works with desert, but don't trust to your brain. If your brain tells you, okay, hey buddy, I know how materials works and looks and like car paint options, like I can do it with no references, don't try it. You need references all the time, because you think that you know, but it's not gonna work like that. Build a mood board, build the references, and compare yourself. What are you doing here with materials all the time? Because in this case you can analyze, okay, why it doesn't look so realistic what I have in Redshift and here. And you can at least figure out, okay, IR works different, or maybe some reflective index is different, and so on. Yeah, that's kind of very important things. So, and for starting to build materials, we need a lighting, because if we just go to the Redshift and press the rendering, there will be just a clay render with nothing. It's very difficult to set up the model, because we will get no reflections and like almost nothing. For setup lighting, we need to select Redshift, lights, and dawn light. That will be our main guy, what will give us illuminating and lighting. So by default almost nothing happens, because Redshift dawn light works. It creates some virtual sphere around the object what is mapped, but right now it doesn't map because only white color. So we need to go to the DOM settings, path, and select one of the HDRI sphere. So yeah, XR HDRI 8K would be enough for us. And just a few seconds for uploading, and here we are. It also okay, it already works, because Redshift gets the information from HDRI sphere. It's a 32-bit, and depending on the brightness in 32-bit in this sphere, because the most hottest and brightest part is the sun right on the top, so, and that gives everything. So, quick introduction about how HDRI works. Cinema 4D with Redshift, they create some virtual sphere inside your project, and when we apply the map actually in 32-bit. What means in 32-bit? If we go to the real, if we move lower the exposure, you will see that everything gets darker and darker except sun, because sun is the most strongest and hottest and brightest point. So if we go brighter, it also has all the information, even in some shadows, what even if we think that, okay, this is just a black area there. No, it's not black. Like, everything has the information. Even the most brightest and darkest point has the information, and each pixel is kind of a small illuminating like light area light source. So what gives this feeling, and this is how HDRI sphere illuminates and gives correct reflection, because if we see this like 8K by 4K, and it means we have 8K different light sources by 4K different light sources, and they illuminate on the car and gives the physically correct result. And here you can see the scene already what I set up and prepared for the tutorial. Unfortunately, because limit of time, I can't go through every and each material and show you how I replaced and built them. And my goal is at least show you the most complicated ones like car paint and transparent materials, and give you a pipeline with some another ones. So okay, here's exactly the same scene. The only one difference is materials and some post effects, what we discover later. But in general, here we have our car. And take a look on the car paint. First of all, I've got the reference, so I choose that one, and I really like this kind of bronze Cooper car paint, and I like it. And if we take a look, kind of car paint close up. If we try to analyze and think how car paint works, we will see that there is some basic material, like a basic car paint. Then it has some another layer with specular. Here we can see some big specular stuff with some hottest point, and then over the top we see like a coat over the top of the material. This is like the main basic structure of car paint, and some other things are just some details. And here you can see some like a pinks inside, like a flares, and yeah. And for that, actually, I used the basic car paint of Redshift. Let's take a look. If we go to inside the car paint what I built, it looks complicated, but it looks complicated because of decals. That RS material blender, it gives me the option to mix the main car paint with that brighter car paint and give this decal here. So, and in this case, let's forget about that for now and go to the main basic car paint, what is also material blend. And let me show you why I use that. Let's create the main the car paint by default and put it inside. Take a look at the door. It already works quite well, so we already see some reflections and some differences. But if we take a look at the basic car paint settings, you will see like base layer diffuse, base layer specular, metallic flakes, and clear coat reflections. So for now we will need actually these three things. Okay, first of all, we need to change pigment color. Here I use that color, and actually what I did, I just took our reference, use the picker, and just select the pigment color by picker from here. So, but for getting the same result, let's just copy paste. So, okay, yeah, already we see that, okay, it starts to work somehow a bit closer. And here we can see the weight. Weight is actually it's like a weight. If we go down, this color doesn't work anymore. If we go higher, we see this pigment color more and more. Let's go a bit higher than middle one. Okay, the next one, base layer specular. Actually, also if we will start to play with color of that, we will see how it starts to work. And if we start to play also with weight and with glossiness, we will see the different effects of how it works. We see it's like becomes super glossy, less glossy. We start to see some like a kind of like a glowing, and from the sun hitting, what actually works really well even here when sun touch it and we see some glowing around. This is what exactly we are trying to achieve and replace. And I don't have some exact numbers, and because in our world we have so many different car paints, they work so different, and this is why we need to choose some reference and just try to match it and play. Just put this reference on your second screen or somewhere around and try to match it. So yeah, a little bit more weight here because I want to get this reflectivity a bit more visible somewhere here. About color also, let me just copy and paste. About glossiness, let's make it a bit bigger. About BRDF, sometimes I use GGX because it's kind of coming from my background because it's easy for me to understand, because I used V-Ray for a long time, and GGX kind of like a base thing in V-Ray, but also like Beckman is also very, very nice. Like just use what is more comfortable for you. If we talk about some clear coat, I just put it not like a one, just go a little bit down, just a little % less, and it already will start work better. So, and yeah, we have just some tiny differences, so but in general, yeah, that's it. Like this our basic material, almost the same, just I took the basic car paint and changed just few numbers. Okay, but if we compare the door, what I created with one car paint, and result with us with wings and with side, we see a bit more reflection on from a sky and kind of like a bit more coating. We can try to get this coat here, but it's a bit but for me it's already coating here. It's almost for like we can go higher for one, but it will start to coat, and here, and yeah, it will kind of like almost the same result. But again, it's just my pipeline, how I like to play with this. I prefer to create material blender and put this one as a basement. So, and then I like to play, because it's again just easy for me, because I found one result what I like, and I want to create some extra code what I would like to control, and I create one more res car paint. So the second one here, how it looks, usually just a black one, and for that for get the same result, I go to the car paint, go with black, also go with black. So great to get some nice weight and glossiness. Yeah, just trying to get kind of some extra coat feeling. So yeah, I'm trying to be fast and play a bit with Fresnel here, just to get this extra coat feeling here. And what it gives to me, and then in Res Blender I just use additive mode. It's kind of like multiply together my basic car paint and my extra coat, and I control it here. I can move it lower, I can move it higher, so, and also I can control. So it's just like my small trick to achieve that very shiny, nice car paint feeling. So yeah, this is how I do that. but mostly, yeah, it's just the basic card paint just multiplied together. Very quickly about transparent materials, because in Redshift and Cinema it works kind of automatically and really quick and fast. So let's go to the exterior and glass exterior. Mostly it's just a basic Redshift material. We drop it in output, and actually here is already like preset glass. Cool, and that already works, you know, like fast and good. One difference what I do usually is I adding a bit more code over that, so what gives a bit more this also shiny advertising feelings. So yeah, and also because we added extra shine to car paint, I also would like to have it for the glass, just to match them better to each other. So with no and with just gives a bit more extra shining. Okay, if we talk about some colored about headlights, okay, quickly, almost the same. The only one difference, I usually headlights has a bit of dispersion. Headlights has a little bit of dispersion, so yeah, if you look at some examples, it gives some nice gradient of dispersion. If we talk about some colored, like a indicator here, again, mostly it's the same kind of glass color, and only one thing what gives us this colored feeling is color in refraction point. So yeah, that's pretty it. And IOR, but for IOR there is very nice also table, IOR table of materials. If you need, okay, because the general works the same for the other materials, like if you some metallics and some other things, just go to pixellandpoly.com and you will get like almost everything, all the setups for IOR. And if you go to the glass, like you will see like, okay, glass, there are different glass, yeah, for sure, and some of them they have different IOR, and you can check it and get exactly what you need. About some another metallics, also here you can find some IOR parameters, but some exact specific materials, like here we have some kind of gold copper material. Let's see how we can get this. Let's select that one, and emblems, as far as I remember. Emblems, yes, that one. Okay, so material. The easiest way, again, just go here, and you already have a presets with aluminium, with copper, and you can just add some extra textures. But for example, you have some material and you don't know like exact parameters, and I don't know, some super specific. For that you can go to the beautiful website, what is called Refractive Index, refractiveindex.info, and they especially for 3D artists, for some reasons, some 3D artists love to go to that website. You can even go and see like 3D selected data for 3D artists. You can select them, and then you have like different metals, plastics, crystals, glass, liquids, and blah blah blah, all the other things. And here you can select like copper, gold, and all the other things. And here you can see the graphic, how everything works, like a gold. And you can find like refractive index and K extinction coefficient, and yeah, you can ask, okay, how can I use that indexes, and I can like where I can put them in Cinema, and just use Fresnel, and in Fresnel you have these tabs like extinct coefficient, index of refractivity, and then blend and use this for as material for reflection settings, so you can get the super close to realist, physically correct result. So this is also my trick and advice to you. So in general, that's it. So like lots of presets, like basic presets from Redshift will help to you, and some small tricks I already showed to you. And yeah, it just take time. Pick and drag and drop all the materials to car. And now let's match it and integrate a car in one of our backplate, because for now we have just some basic setup. Okay, moment number one. Choose the backplate. Let's start with that one. We need to go and check the settings what we have. So, and yeah, we see the author Dmitry Bocharov, and okay, we see the size, and let's just use that size here and put 7952 by 5304. Okay, now we need to put the backplate. We need to create the background, to create default material, apply default material, go to the texture settings and go to and apply that background. So okay, cool, already works. Already we see our background. Also we need to apply the same, yeah, you can also scale this a little bit down because background is quite big, like a super high res. And also if we start the rendering here, you can see that we still look at our HDRI sphere instead of like backplate. This background we see only inside our viewport. For changing that, we have in res DOM light. If you go to the general settings, you see backplate. Check enable, put the link to our backplate, and that's actually gonna work. Okay, yeah, we see now in the rendering we see kind of the same result. So okay, now we need to achieve the camera. Oh, about shadow. We can create just a plane, extend that, put on a correct distance from a car. And now we see the plane. The main trick that usually I prefer to put some very similar texture on a plane, not just keep it super clean, because it starts to reflect on a car already. And if we put just use some quicksil or other material and apply on a plane, so it will work even better. But in general, go to the Redshift Objects, Mate tab, override, enable shadow, enable, and we already start to see shadow. As you can see, shadow has a little bit like a blue, and we are going to add that one as well. But we will play with shadow a bit later, so I usually don't like to render shadow together in one pass. But for now it can work. Okay, we need to set up a camera. Let's create Redshift, camera, standard. And again, if we go to the settings of our backplate, you will see everything, ISO and camera and everything, but the main important thing for us is a focal point 35 millimeters. We go to the Redshift camera and put 35 millimeters in that. And And now we almost like in the same like we exact in the same camera settings. And now we need to match like a background. If you can see here, you will see the horizon in our car and horizon on the backplate are in different positions, but if we merge them together, we kind of will be in a good way. So, and then we can just choose the position, the angle. Okay, it can be like that, or closer to the building. So now we can just turn on our artistic preferences about how it's gonna work. So, and yeah, in general it's the same. Like we need to check the focal point of the backplate, we need to set up a backplate, we need to choose the correct position, and so, and in general, yeah. One more thing, we need to check exact backplate, so we need to match it, because right now it also can be turned on another position, because probably now we see the same building here. For checking that, go to the DOM settings, turn off the backplate. Yeah, see, it doesn't match. Go to the coordinates of a backplate, and let's find a position 90. Usually I go through every 135, and something like that can work, and then turn on backplate back. So, okay, here's our basic things, and now we can set up the render process and prepare everything for renderings. The main process, render process, what I use for post-production are global illumination, what is showing the global illumination, diffuse lighting, reflections, refractions, and specular. Usually this is the main setup. So, because if we build everything in 32-bit by layers and put all of them together, like GI, diffuse, refraction, reflection, and specular, we will get the beauty path. So, in this case, in post-production, if we put them together in 32-bit, we will get the same result, but with like possible controlling of every layer in Photoshop or in another post-production software, what is really also really cool and good. So, and then yeah, let's just set up. Yeah, let's check the depth field for camera, because we have that parameter, and take the camera, put the focal point here, turn on the bokeh, take everything from camera, and yeah, it will work. It will give also the realistic bokeh effect, and then we will render. About shadow, I prefer to render shadow separately. Like for the main render, I do it like that, but for post-production, I just get the plane back from a mate, just make it visible, apply the basic like redshift material, forgetting the shadow, and hide a car from rendering. Just turn off visibility, and I get the shadow. So, and when I just cut it and put as a multiply in Photoshop for post-production, and I can control it and merge, because Cinema and Redshift, they have only one algorithm how to multiply shadow with backplate, and in Photoshop I have many different options how to achieve the result. and because of time, we're not going to look at the all post-production in Photoshop, because it will take another 1 hour of explanation. So, but like inside the cinema, if we want to make just some beautiful close-ups, not matching to the backplate, we have some very cool options, what is called like post effects. Here's some bloom, flare, streak, and bokeh, and already with all this stuff, it like with no seeing the backplate, we can get a very beautiful examples. So yeah, that's just a little bit of like color controls, a bit of curvature inside cinema, and that already works. So that we just don't need to push it inside Photoshop. And we have here even there's some vignetting. Cool. I don't know, a little bit of that. Okay, so maybe another camera option. Let's find another angle, what will work really cool. And yeah, I just put this glow flare by default. That already works super cool. Also we can go to inside or outside and see some reflections together with car. And just now we need to find just a very interesting composition. So some retro effect, also some maybe post effects here. Go to the white point and use a little bit of blue, what gives us this yellow, moving white point a little bit, and we can get a bit of old style sepia look. And yeah, just choose whatever angle what you want, and that already will work super great. Or some close-ups. The camera focal point. Boom. Cool. So, and we can play a lot, many times. So, yeah, I know I didn't tell like each tiny moment about every material because of time, because it's impossible to show everything in 1 hour. And my goal for today was to show the main pipeline, the basic things, the basic setup, what you can use and shift to another, maybe not in Redshift and Octane, but the same meaning. So thank you for being with me during that hour, and yeah, I'm ready for your questions.
Welcome back to the show, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Dmitry Glazerin. Dmitry, welcome, brother. Great presentation.
Hi. Thank you so much. Thank you for calling me to this presentation.
Yeah, man, it's great stuff. The internet's really liking it. A lot of awesome just showing up in the chat. You can dive right into questions because it looks like there's several of them, and I'm sure more and more will come as we go. Somebody was wondering if you used IES lights for the Mercedes car rendering in the beginning. Did you use IES lights on that?
Yeah, especially for the visible one, what we see in a camera, because IES gives a very nice shape of the lighting, what you can see, because it's a bit more tricky to get it just with generic, I don't know, sphere or area light. So, and yeah, IES gives, like, you can play with this. It just looks beautiful. You can just set up and the job is done. So you can get fun.
Very cool. So, yeah, I mean, it looks like you do a lot of different, car, commercials and a lot of different car ad type things. Yeah. How's it working with CAD data, and has the CAD importer played a role and helped at all?
Yeah. So in general, yeah, like thank you again for Cinema 4D because it saved so many time of my personal life because with other softwares what we used before, Cinema 4D it just actually doesn't care what exactly 3D format you're giving to it. It just opens and that's it. I don't know. It looks like miracle. So because for other software it starts to it starts to ask some complicated question. Do you want to convert this, I don't know, with this amount subdivision or some that, or just error? Cinema just opens. So it's like, thank you. Now I know how to handle all the other things. I can do it manually, but you made the great thing. You just opened that. So thank you. Yeah, it's already a big deal.
Yeah, I was using and there's a GrabCAD. If you guys don't know, GrabCAD library, there's tons of CAD models. So if you haven't worked with the CAD importer yet, I definitely suggest it. On the 3D motion tour last year, we were working with, bringing in CAD models and showing that workflow. And it was extremely impressive because, in our tech support, we had so many questions over the years on CAD, importing CAD. So it's really great to see it and try it firsthand. If you guys haven't, try it. It's amazing compared to what it used to be.
Yeah, we tried. We love this. And yeah, one of my partner, David, he used to work in Mercedes and Daimler for many years. And before, Maya was kind of a standard. And when he tried it in cinema, it was actually happened this year. He really fell in love in this. So yeah, it works beautiful. Yeah.
Cool. So somebody's wondering, they're saying, I'm excited to get into Redshift, but never used other renderers. And they're coming over from Octane. Do you have any pointers for people who are coming over to Redshift?
Yeah, I think they are both beautiful, and for me they are just a bit different things because my past beginning it was for a long time with V-Ray, and I really liked that software. But the main problem for me was that it was CPU based. Yes, they tried to create GPU version, but it's still not fully the same because they are kind of trying to rebuild the engine from the scratch, but still GPU version is kind of like 50% of the CPU version. It's not fully working. Octane works really well when you need just to put some object and press the magic button, make it beautiful. Because like the main thing about Octane, you just drop, render, that's beautiful. I don't know, increase film effect, and it gives many colors and super cool. But if we talk about some complicated scenes, for Octane, it's a bit more difficult. For Redshift, I don't know. I put in Redshift so many polygons, like millions of polygons, and I just take it. So I never got some problem like, okay, not enough memory of video card or something, and it's super quick, super good. Yes, it's not for 100% physical correct, but for me personally, again, if compared with Redshift and Octane, Redshift is closer to V-Ray because in Redshift you have more opportunities to play with so many settings, and I like it because I like to have this control, and I can create super crazy, complicated node system materials. With Octane, it's easy to start, but when you need to get some more complicated things, it's getting more complicated. So, and I would say for beginners, maybe Octane would be better. But when you're getting and try to create more and more complicated things, Redshift will be more powerful. It's just like my experience.
Customization really is the game changer because you can
and
really tune in your look.
Yeah, if we talk about beginners, I'm not really sure that beginners really needs all this customization. So, but definitely if you want to create something beautiful, customization gives you like infinity power. So, and everyone wants infinity power.
Yeah, and it allows you to have a unique look as well, because it's like not everything being physical based, you're just having that one look versus being able to really tweak every setting and, develop your own style and your own image. So that's really cool. Somebody was wondering if there's a CAD format that is the best. Do you have working with it? Have you found that, one format is better than another in CAD?
Actually not. So, and in our company, David is handling, like my partner, business partner, he's handling all the data information, and he's definitely much better than I do with all this CAD data information preparing. He's much more skilled. I know how to convert this CAD data to the beautiful image, or animation, but how to get all these vertices and convert them to the beautiful like editable geometry, I think it's his best. If you definitely need some explanation and tutorial, just ask him. So he's like a god in our team about CAD data handling. So yeah, I just not the best person in our team about that.
Let's see here. Somebody was wondering, what's the best way importing moving 3D video into Cinema without Redshift and to work with 3D models inside the 3D dome?
Sorry.
Yeah, so I think they're looking at doing a So I think we covered this actually yesterday. If you're bringing in 360 video, you can just use it as a texture on a sphere or on a sky object.
Yeah,
and it just works. And you can just do that inside of Cinema's standard or physical renderer. So hopefully that helps you. Yeah, hopefully that helps them get underway. So what type of projects? It looks like I love like your whole lineup is beautiful, and just going through the website and seeing all of your different work. Is there an ideal project or client that you've wanted to work with or still want to work with, or a type of project like an AR project or a live project? Is there something like that you haven't worked on yet that you'd really like to?
I think for the past more than 12 years, I had a chance to work with most of the clients, so in advertising industry. So, and for me, I really prefer shortly. I think right now what makes me really exciting is like the size of the project, because like create like one few stills is cool. I like it, but it's not so excited how to handle some big tasks. I don't know, like here's our product, and like for the past years, I really like to work directly with client, not with agency, because in this case, it gives a chance to work closer to the real problems of the clients. So, and in this case, I have a chance to build like a pipeline, organize everything, and handle, I don't know, hundreds of images or like big amount of lots of animations in a short period. And we had this experience, and it's really, that's what makes me excited about like, give me a big piece and I will need to find a solution how to handle this. So yeah, maybe it's kind of like, I don't know, the next level of my career, but this is because if we talk about what exactly I would like to, I don't know, draw, model, paint this like shoes or this car, it's like I want more.
You want more, so it's more. So it's like a more expansive world, creating a lot of different things. So just
kind of
not just one idea, but a lot of them together. Yeah, world building. Well, contact. I'm sure get a phone call from Marvel or something and build a whole new world, or the next Avatar. I know they need some world building. So
kind of. I think I'm not like on this stage yet. So, but I'm somewhere in my way. But yeah, definitely.
You're not there yet. Oh man, so far then. I feel bad. I feel bad. So what got you into the industry? Is this something that you knew you wanted to be in marketing and advertising initially, and then eventually went into, or is this what was your path in?
I think I tried, like when you come to CGI, you actually have kind of like three big ways: game dev, movie industries, and advertising. So and because like animations, and it's most like short animations for advertising. And I definitely like game dev wasn't my favorite one. I don't know why. I just never had so much time to play in video games. Mm-hmm. I worked a lot, so I tried to my skills in movie industries, and I realized that they have too big projects, so it takes too long time, and I really prefer some. And like big movies, they are like a conveyor, and you can keep just a small role in all this entire conveyor. And advertising is the best thing, because in advertising you can try everything. So if you want animation and you can take, I don't know, you want to be art director, modeler, I don't know, concept artist, just take it. If you want to try some new VR technology, also, here's like a small piece of advertising, try it. If you want to also create small video games for some exact, I don't know, LV campaign, do it. It's like the beautiful test environment for everything, all the new features that are coming, and I'm really big fan of advertising industry. So yeah, it's just inside my heart. Yeah.
Very cool. Somebody was wondering the different car brands that you've worked with, and do you enjoy working with them? Do you like working with car companies?
Yeah, definitely. And car brand takes like a big part of our entire project. And I can't say that I like one brand more than another. Yes, for sure. Okay, honestly, shortly, I'm really big fan of fast cars, fast modern cars.
Like the sports, like sports cars, fast cars.
Yeah, but nowadays, not all the fastest cars like a Tesla or some another electric vehicles, they doesn't look like super cars, but they are really are.
Yeah.
So, and yeah, and I like just beautiful fast cars. So shortly, yeah. But also I had an experience, but it's also a challenge because when you get some just generic small car, I just don't want to call some exact brands, but just, the normal car, like this, some small one, sedan, small size, family car. It's not so exciting, but it's also interesting challenge just to show them beautiful, the same, like a supercar, just to find a way how to show this car. And I don't know, like family were working and someone will, okay, I want this car, just give me to this. So it's also a challenge to find how to sell this and use the just visualization skills and everything and show it. And yeah, it's also a part of the job.
This is a standard question. We get this every so often. And I don't know if anyone's trying to buy a PC right now, but they want to know your specs. What type of computer are you working on? What type of video cards?
It's like the two most favorite questions. What software do you prefer? And actually,
what kind of computer?
It's super obvious. And what computer specs? So, and my favorite answer doesn't matter. It will be always not enough. So
it's not the latest. It's not the greatest.
And for example, yes, like just NVIDIA show a few weeks ago, and right now all the 2080 Ti NVIDIA just not enough again anymore. So, and yeah, if shortly, I said I prefer GPU renders nowadays more than CPUs. And yeah, in my workstation, first of all, I have few workstations around me. So one main hero and one around for rendering because of Corona, and like we just grabbed all the computers at home. But yeah, every machine has two video cards, 2080 Ti and CPU. I prefer AMD. A few years ago, I tried to switch from Intel, and that works fine for me. And just nothing personal. It just gives more power for less money, and it is what it is. About other things, yeah, just monitors, keyboards, it actually doesn't matter. And about motherboards, I don't remember what exactly. It's just enough for putting two GPUs and CPU, and that's definitely more than enough.
Yeah, and definitely, I mean, whatever you're going to get, look at the industry keeps progressing. So whatever you think you have now, just like the 2080s were all the rage last year, and now look at them. It's like now it's at the 3090s and the 3080s. So like we're going to keep progressing. It's really the techniques, and thank you for sharing your techniques and your artwork, and that's it. So it's really having quality software on quality hardware that you can afford at this time. And that's the beautiful thing now. It's like cinema is more accessible than ever. And on a decent machine, if you know the techniques and you apply them, you can start getting beautiful work. So thank you so much, Dimitri, for sharing your techniques. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back with our last presentation after this. So please stay tuned, and we'll see you again shortly.
Happy Friday, guys.
Be cruel, work it out, do you. Shake it up, be cruel, work it out, do you. Shake it up, be cruel, work it out, do you.
Creativity lies in all of us. It's what makes us human. It starts with an idea, the desire to create, to solve, to play, to share, to interact. Together we can build new worlds. The freedom to create for all.
What up? Winbush here, and today I'm excited to tell you guys about my brand new course coming to MoGraph.com, Creating the Unreal, a motion graphics guide, the Unreal Engine. I'm going to show you guys how you can integrate Cinema 4D so you'll be crazy comfortable in no time. So we're going to start by exploring the marketplace, and then from there I'm going to show you guys how to set up a scene. We're going to get familiar with the content browser, the viewports, how to set up the sequencer for the timeline, and then from there we're going to get into lighting, texturing, rendering. I'm going to show you how you can integrate Quixel Bridge with Unreal so you have access to that full library of surfaces and 3D models and everything else that they have on there. And so if this sparks your interest even a little bit, then this course is just for you. So go to MoGraph.com to sign up for updates on when this course becomes available, and let's create the Unreal together.
and knowledgeable customer service.
Swim on in for incredible deals on software and plugins at Toolfarm.
Just let the
Shake it up, be through, work it out, do you. Shake it up, be through, work it out, do you.
Creativity lies in all of us. It's what makes us human. It starts with an idea, the desire to create, to solve, to play, to share, to interact. Together we can build new worlds. The freedom to create for all.
What up? Winbush here, and today I'm excited to tell you guys about my brand new course coming to MoGraph.com, Creating the Unreal, a motion graphics guide to Unreal Engine. I'm going to show you guys how you can integrate Cinema 4D so you'll be crazy comfortable in no time. So we're going to start by exploring the marketplace, and then from there I'm going to show you guys how to set up a scene. We're going to get familiar with the content browser, the viewports, how to set up the sequencer for the timeline, and then from there we're going to get into lighting, texturing, rendering. I'm going to show you how you can integrate Quixel Bridge with Unreal so you have access to that full library of surfaces, of 3D models, and everything else that they have on there. And so if this sparks your interest even a little bit, then this course is just for you. So go to MoGraph.com to sign up for updates on when this course becomes available, and let's create the Unreal together.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the show. I'm Paul Babb with Maxon Computer. You know, when we're working on new tools for a new version, it's always fun to have somebody use them in a meaningful way so they get tested really well. So we contacted Chan Erdeman to see if he'd like to play with some of the new character tools and maybe develop a little piece. For those of you who don't know Chan or only have watched the shows in the US, he's actually demoed for us quite a few times. IBC, FMX in Germany and Amsterdam. Great shows. He does some great presentations. This will be his first time on the international show. But I always like to let the work speak for it. So let's take a look at his demo reel, and I'll be right back with Chan Erdeman. That's great stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, Chan Erdeman, who's done some amazing work for Capri Sun, for Lego, for a bunch of German companies I'm not going to try to pronounce, but I have to say one of my favorites is the bear animation that you did for Teague Thuringer Energy. That was my one attempt at mentioning a German company name. Yeah, I know, I'm not going to even try. But amazing character, freelance character artist. Welcome to the show, and thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. You know, I looking at your animation style, it's got a real traditional feel to it. So where did you start with your character animation work? Like your first explorations?
Yeah, so I consider myself a bit old. So I started without the internet, and I was self-taught very long. And in 2010, after doing a lot of animation, I finished the university in Mainz, where I live, and I didn't think that it was enough from the animation itself. So I went to iAnimate for a class, and my mentor was Manuel Aparicio, who animated in How to Train Your Dragons 2, for example. So he was at DreamWorks, and it was quite an eye-opener, honestly. So that's another tip, to always get a mentor and get someone that knows a lot and just suck out the knowledge.
So I wasn't wrong. You do have a little bit of roots in traditional animation.
Yeah, sure. And I also studied, of course, all the traditional Disney animation movies and the principles, and also Richard Williams. That's just so interesting. The whole animation world is totally interesting to me.
So I read somewhere that your first introduction, or the first time you started playing with characters in 3D, was to create 3D characters and weapons for an online first-person shooter game?
That's right. That was for Half-Life 1, and we created a total conversion, which is a completely new game, and we had a multiplayer shooter with Navy SEALs and Russians fighting, and we tried to have a really new aspect to the whole thing. So we had features that were like 4 or 5 years later introduced in the AAA games, but unfortunately we never finished. But that's where I started, and it was really interesting because as I'm self-taught, I had my own rules of how things work. So I have my own set of rules. For example, you have a reaction and an action. So yeah, to speak with guns again, if you pull a trigger, you have the reaction. The action is the shot, and the reaction is the kickback.
Absolutely.
And that's body mechanics.
Yeah, absolutely, and one of the standards of animation. If you look at the old standards of animation, So what we're really here to talk about is this incredible piece you did for us, Le Artista, which was an exploration of some of the new tools, but also your skill set anyway. But you're obviously great work. But before we get into that, I would love to maybe show people the piece first, and then we'll come back and talk a little bit more about it.
Ladies and gentlemen, shortly our gallery will close its doors. We hope you enjoyed our exhibition on Antonio Rigatoni and wish you a pleasant day.
Oh man, what an incredible piece that is! I'm lucky enough I got to watch the process to a certain point. I got to see the concept and all through the process. So that was really fun. But what a great piece it turned out to be. So tell me a little bit about where the story came from.
The story, yeah. So what I wanted to do is build a bridge between the artists from before the old masters and our community right now, because the short is some kind of an open love letter to the whole artist industry, I would say, because I find it very interesting that artists always struggle and compare themselves to other artists that are far more advanced. And I wouldn't want to say that, it's okay to suck sometimes, and it's okay to do tutorials, and it's okay to have an accident that makes you famous somehow. So that's what the artist did in the short, because he failed all the time, but he wanted to do it and he powered through it. And by accident, if you watch the credits, you see a painting of him in a palace. So this means that he got famous with his statue and got rich somehow. And that's how we ended up in the museum.
That's brilliant. So
and the other thing is there's also a bust of him.
Yes.
And he used this technique somehow to keep the bust alive. If you take a look at it, that it will flinch a bit and look at the camera just for some frames.
Yes, I
and that's
caught
also
that right at the
something.
end.
Yeah.
So you chose to set the story in the Renaissance, which I love.
Yeah.
But was there a reason behind that?
Yeah, the first reason was it wasn't done before so much. And the second reason is that I'm always interested in history and art history. I watch a lot of documentaries, and my sister is a curator at the Pergamon Museum in Berlin. And so it's kind of a thing.
A nod to the old masters.
Yes, yes. And a friend of mine read the diaries of Leonardo da Vinci, and in there it was also said that he was not sure of himself even to the old age. So even Leonardo da Vinci was uncertain of himself.
Interesting. So tell me about the influences that on your character design process.
Yeah, right. First, I wanted to do something edgy and modern, like those. How's the game called? Everybody plays it now. From Epic. Fortnite.
Fortnite. Thank you.
Yeah, something like this, or the Disney approach. And then I thought about the film itself is placed in Renaissance, so I could try to do something different also in the style. And I chose the French European style, like Tintin or Asterix and Obelix. I don't know if it's called the same in English. So those also in Belgium, those old cartoonists and comic masters were the influence.
Yeah, I think in the States we would know Tintin. Maybe a lot of people might not know Obelisk, because Obelisk is a bit more European. But yeah, I mean, some people may know him. So obviously you didn't do this all by yourself. You had a group of people as well working with you. You had some other artists helping you out with the process.
Yeah, sure. We have a freelancer office right now here. I would like to activate the screen sharing.
Sure, absolutely. Go for it.
Let me just pick this one. So you see who's actually there.
Okay.
So I did the directing, of course, and had the story, everything. And we had a core team that started in the beginning. So it was me, Alex Boats, and Sebastião in Portugal. And Alex actually is sitting behind me. Alex, say hello to the internet.
Hello, internet.
Yeah, so he's still working. I was also working, but that's a different story. Yeah, and Sebastião is a wonderful, positive person, and he just helped us so much in the animation process. It was amazing.
Yeah, well, tell us a little bit about that process.
Yeah, sure. For the process, let me just... Okay, so the first thing we do is we have a very crappy storyboard. It's just sticky figures. Nobody realizes what's exactly is except for us, and we try to figure out the story, how it's done, and then we pose ourselves as the characters. So we have prepared something. Let me open it up, and this is the entire film with the audio, the final audio, and the ref shoot we did before to have an idea how the film could look like, and later have some reference for the animation itself.
Okay, well, hopefully it'll play back smoothly.
Yeah, yeah. Let's just start it and take a look.
Sure. It's okay. It's okay.
And every time you see a still frame, it doesn't match so well.
Okay.
So we changed something, and there's always a reason for it.
This is great. The magical Maxon tools, character tools, that's great.
This is Alex again.
He's the statue. Yes. Okay, that's great.
Yeah, that's mainly it.
That's great. That's great.
Yeah, and you have to be bold as an animator and act like you don't have a shameful or anything like this.
Yeah, no
And
kidding.
that's something I learned during animation. So the next thing we did a timeline where we have our time from July to September. And you see you have also commercial jobs in between, and we planned everything out. So we measured the time the animation takes and how much animation we got. So roughly we get around 50 to 60 frames per day if we are in a good mood and have no client feedback, which we didn't. That was good. And
we were quiet, yes.
Yeah, and very nice to us. And we then go to the animation part of it. So this is the main production. We started in July and did 3 weeks, 3 people, 3 artists, 3 weeks. And then it just continued. Here a new job started at X-Sponsor, so we switched, and Andy came on board, and he started to correct or make my crappy lighting a bit better, or let's say a lot better. And he set up all the layers and everything for the compositing. And on the right side, you see that our music guy Bernd did already music and sound effects. And then we just scroll down and you see compositing and render wrangling. So
nice.
Yeah, that's mainly it. And we had the deadline on September 1st. I think we were 1 day late, so it didn't quite fit, but it was okay.
Yep, it's a good thing we didn't launch until the 8th. The style and the quality of the piece is really cool. The lighting, the shading, and the compositing. Can you talk a little bit more about how you approach that? Because it's just beautiful.
Okay, let's just switch to the compositing. We have Redshift, and Andy's unfortunately in vacation, so he can't be here right now. But he made a special making of. So what we did was, what was a special thing here was we had AOVs, so it's multi-passes. It's an EXR 32-bit, and we have for every light a different pass. So you can just switch on and switch off passes and change the whole lighting mood. Nice. And also you can have more contrast in one light, so it makes other shadows, or the lighting is different. So let me start this one too.
Nice. Oh, okay, great.
So we have the moonlight here from the side. That's the rim light mostly, and it's also volumetrics.
Mm-hmm.
And the candles are like highlights, small highlights, and we have a huge light on the table. And everything comes together. And we use Fusion, and here you see how he's just using the gain to change the gamma or the lightness.
Each of the elements, yeah.
And that's also how we did the flickering at the candles. We didn't render that.
Awesome. Oh, that's great. That's great. I'm sure people will probably be most interested in how you approach the character animation. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, sure. So when you have a character animation or in creation itself, you always try to start very rough and go into details later on, so you can block out everything. And it's the same in with animation. So what you need to do to have good animation, that's my opinion on it, is using stepped curves. So you key every controller there is, and it's more like having a drawing on a paper. So you have a pose, for example, and you key everything, and it's stepped, so it will hold the pose. And then you have just the storytelling poses, which is he just picks something up, and then that's it. And then you go into details more and more. I have something for that also.
Oh, okay.
So this is our crappy storyboard. As you can see, and it doesn't matter that it's just for us to film each other, and then it gets more and more detailed.
Nice.
So as you can see, reference, then those are the storytelling poses, just picking up. Now comes the rough blocking, so we see more, and that's the splining. Then it's nearly finished, and that's the rendering. And if you take a look at this, this is the whole scene, how it's set as a storyboard. And the reference again. Now come the storytelling poses. And for some shots, you don't have to do them. So the GoPro shot where it's just the cameras on the arm, we didn't take that. So we just animated it straightforward. And that's the fun rendering.
Nice. Now obviously animating like this or doing these kinds of animations is very much dependent on having a good rig. Do you have any special tips or tricks or techniques that you'd be willing to share with the group that you when you're putting a rig together?
For the rigging, I didn't prepare something, but for the animation, if you want to see that.
Yes, sure.
So what I have is I have those tools here, and these are the NM tools by Chris Unterberg. I have also a link here. You can buy them at Gumroad. And what's the special thing about it is, let me just open this up. So you have this interface, and it does a lot. You have a tween machine where you can tween between two poses and make them round. You have the possibility to copy an entire animation of an entire character to a new version of the character or another character that has simpler controls, simple controls. And you have this wonderful fix XREF button. And that's a downside with cinema, that sometimes the XREFs get corrupted. So you just have to push the button, and the tool will import the XREF again and copy the animation on top of the new one. So that's pretty cool. And what I wanted to show is, there we are. Okay. Right now I have this animation. And you see the arm is not quite there yet. So what I have is a two viewport setup for switching. I have another monitor where I have the camera in big, so I can just use it that way. And I have some custom scripts to just turn the controllers off so you can see them. And over here I have custom scripts to change the selection filter to select everything or just the controllers, which is also pretty cool to have. And yeah, what I would do now is just go here and check the camera view. And as you can see, the elbow is somewhat wrong, so I would just go in there, select the elbow, and tween it a bit. Okay, this doesn't make sense right now, but I would just take it to here. add a keyframe, select this controller, and this one I can tween so it's in the middle of both. And then I could just go here and correct where is it? Oh, there we are. Correct the finger to be not as elongated. So, and then we have a better understanding on what's happening. Nice. So you always have, that's also an old rule from the Disney principles. You have to do arcs, for example. So that's what I do most with this tool. It's pretty amazing. Let me just fix this. I prepared something. That's also pretty nice. I have a different layout for the timeline. So normally it's the viewport on top and the timeline on bottom, which means that, let me quickly switch to the standard. Yeah, you have like a lot of time here and very less of how's it called? Let me just look. Of value. So the rotation value is in y-axis and the time is on x-axis. So what I recognized was that when I'm working on something, I'm always in 10 frames or 20 frames maybe, not the whole timeline, but I'm always doing a lot of y-axis. So that's why I changed the layout to this layout. So I don't have to use so much of x, but I have a lot of space in y. So that's really coming in handy. So what I wanted to do is taking this one, which I prepared. Just drag it over there. Yeah, so this is my favorite pose in the movie. It's in between where the whole face is just falling apart.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's my approach. So you go from stepped to curved splines. So what I would do next is select everything. A lot of keys already, and it's a rather simple animation. And I will just go through everything and key everything. So I have this piece of paper pose I mentioned before. Do this quickly. Nearly there. We are nearly there. So I just jump from keyframe to keyframe and press key.
Stepping through each of the master keys, right?
Yeah. So now I've got everything. So what I do is just select everything. And then I'll take it to my favorite kind of preset, which is auto key weighted. So with auto key weighted, I don't touch any Bezier handles at all. Let me just take a look if there's something happened. Oh no, it should be okay. So next thing I do, I'll I have the script also from Chris, which deletes unused keys. So if the value doesn't change over time, the keys get deleted.
Nice.
So that will make everything faster again. And if I did it right, yeah, that's then the animation. The final one, nearly the final one. I just did with the arm raising. I did some minor things.
Yeah, a little curl to his finger there.
Oh yeah, that's a gimbal lock. It's a gimbal lock. That's something really interesting. You can see it here, and it should disappear with the Euler filter. Here we are. Yeah, that's also an interesting thing for rigging. You have to set a rotation order if you have 3 axes and they are dependent on each other. So let me just quickly. Okay, now I'm getting a bit off the topic, but it's really interesting. So what I have is 3 axes, and I can rotate. And you see the z-axis is the one that's connected to the x-axis. And the only one that's not connected to anything or turns everything with it is the y-axis. So this is a hierarchy from y to x, from y to z to x. And if I have, for example, an arm or something that's moving like this, and the rotation order isn't set up correctly by the rigger, this will happen. And in the keys, let me just try to produce a given block. Yeah, should do it.
Ah, yes.
So you see this how it's the computer tries to unwirl it somehow, and you can mostly get around it with this Euler filter Maxon installed, which is pretty good. But here it won't help because it's too much for it to compensate.
Right. So once again, what was the thing you used? Was that from Chris from Rocket Lasso for cleaning up keyframes?
No, it's a different guy. It's Chris Unterberg. I worked with him a lot, and he has his own little animation studio. Yeah, and it's this guy. There he is, the one with an open mouth. So under tools, you can get his tools here.
Oh, very cool. That's for cleaning up all the extraneous keyframes. Very cool. Okay.
Yeah.
When you're creating a piece like this, I'm assuming you're using multiple projects. You don't just have one long Cinema 4D or one long project. You create several projects for the scenes, I'm assuming.
Yeah. Also, what we have is we try to work shot based. So we do have. Let me just go into the. That's also very interesting, but not very creative. So we have this folder, and it's 470 gigabytes of animation data.
Huh.
And this is all the shots. So we separate each shot, and we think about it if it needs to be one project or two. So yeah, this the shot I was doing. Let me just quickly show you. Was 110. So I go here 110. And I have 3 categories, so it's animation, rendering, and compositing. And I go into animation, and those are the animation files just for this shot. Nice. And if I render out an OpenGL preview of the shot, it gets into output, and there I have the different versions of it. So it's really simple. So this is just me beginning to animate, and yeah, what we showed before is exactly the same.
That's amazing. So I mean, with that many scenes, how do you maintain continuity between those shots?
By looking really carefully.
By having a good eye, I take it. Okay.
Yeah. We tried. So we had one problem where the first shot when he just walks in and puts the marble block on the table. So we just animated the first one and animated through. So he was just walking really there and putting it down, and then we separated it afterwards. So we had nearly a finished animation and tried to separate it there.
Nice.
Sorry. Yeah.
The I know Cinema 4D wasn't actually your first 3D package, from what I understand. So how did you get into Cinema 4D, and why?
That's also an interesting story.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's so. I started. Yeah. So I started with 3ds Max in 1999, and we were doing this game. And then I started to study in 2007, I think it was 6. So between that, my experience or my quality of work didn't increase so much. It was there, it was okay, but then I started to learn Maya, and we had a professor that wanted to push cinema because it's easy to learn. So that was his learning platform. And I was just doing tutorials all the time. And I had this friend of mine, Andreas, who did cinema, just cinema. And he just said, hey, how do you do this and that? And my answer was, I don't know, I have to do a tutorial. And after some time, I decided, because the professor wanted me to do a first project in cinema, and I did already some minor rigging in Maya and 3ds Max, and I didn't do any tutorial at all. I just got on the PC, started modeling, doing some IK stuff, and with the user data and sliders and Espresso, and yeah, I was finished. And that was really weird to me back then. Yeah, but I started to also have to use Maya for the iAnimate workshop, because it's in the US, and it's more common in feature film with Maya and everything. But in Germany, when I'm doing advertisement, for example, we deal a lot with stylized characters. So it's not a Marvel character of any sorts, nothing photorealistic. So I would say it's my opinion that it's very good for the agencies to have cinema for their motion graphic stuff, and on top they can just book me for the character stuff, and they have it in their project files immediately, so they can touch everything. It's not an alembic that's baked or anything that somehow was changed. For example, I talked to Nessus from Yeti Studios in Greece. They're really cool, and I met them last year at IBC, and they had a job with some people doing the characters in Maya and porting them over, and they had to do a lot of talking and managing of the files. And he said that he would also say it's cool to have it directly in cinema.
Sure. Which of the new tools that came with R23 do you think will have the most impact on character animation workflow?
On the workflow, I think Sebastian's tool rig is really good for getting people that don't rig or don't know how to rig to start rigging and creating characters in animation. There's so much happening this release. I would have to check the list again.
Okay.
There's so much happening, and
yeah.
Orestes did an excellent job doing the user experience and doing his roadmap. So which tools are coming, which not, and that's also pretty good.
So then you have to be careful, because you're not quite sure which ones are in development that you can't talk about.
Yeah, there's something coming up eventually, maybe.
Yes. Some people online are asking about, are there any character animation schools online that you recommend or that you think do a particularly good job of teaching character animation?
That's a good question, actually. I was at iAnimated. I liked it. I would say, because I'm a self-learner, you can't do much wrong. I would say that you just need a mentor that's good and that can transfer the knowledge to you somehow. Yeah, but one thing I would do, I would encourage the people to not to be strict on something. Just be open-eyed and try to learn things where you don't think you could learn them. For example, I was just walking somewhere, and on a bus stop I saw someone with a really weird walk, and I just try to remember the walk.
Try to reanimate that.
So I have always in my mind, I have a library of poses and everything that somehow is connected. And that's developing slowly into my style. And Alex also knows when he sees something, if I animated it or not. And I also have, if I have a job that's really needs to be, has a tight deadline, needs to be finished fast and on point, I have also some poses in mind. I can just animate straightforward and I know it will work. I don't need to try out here, try out there, and that's good. So the animation schools are mainly for getting the foundation, I would say. So
structure, right?
Structure, yeah. So you, as an animator, you need to work with a lot of keyframes, and you have to manage them actually. So you still know what you're doing, and if client feedback comes in, you don't have to delete everything and start from scratch. So therefore, for the ground principles and the body mechanics, that the animation school is really good.
Yeah, I think you're advocating experimentation. I mean, because the school provides the structure, but you really have to get in there and do the work. And that's typically my answer to somebody who says, "Hey, how do I get into this?" I go, find something that you see online that inspires you and try to recreate it, basically, or something that inspires you. You mentioned mentorship. There's been a couple of people on the chat who have asked, would you ever consider being a mentor to up-and-coming animators?
That's very flattering. I consider myself still learning, but I recognize that it's getting better and better in how I know things and how I proceed. And I also taught animation at my university for a semester, and I also thought about returning once again. And with people like the guys at Entagma doing this stuff, I have to admit I thought about copying them a bit and maybe do something character driven for cinema or more in general. I would love to do something like that, even if it's just the whole character pipeline, starting from the design principles over to the sculpting and rigging and the animation. That would be really, really cool.
Well, I can tell you that you don't even have to ask me if you want to do that. Just give me a call, and I'll give you the green light on that one. We would love to have that content on Cineversity, let me tell you.
Right.
I mean, it'd be amazing. It'd be amazing. I'm sure people would get a lot out of that. I'm looking to see if there's any more questions coming up. Is there anything more you can add about the creation of Le Artista, or about some of the work that you're doing that's coming soon, that you're working on?
Let me check what I've got in the making of. There's something left. Anim tools, compositing is checked. I would like to. We skipped one part. The creation of the Artista. If you want to take a look at this.
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. On it. I forgot to activate audio sharing.
It's okay.
But it's okay. It wasn't so much audio. It's always the same song, so who cares? So this is this first thing I do.
I see asterisks.
Yes, it is. And on the lower left, it's the bad guy from Spirou and Fantasio. Oh, he's twice in there. So I use PureRef, which is a program that you can lay over any application, and it's not recognizing any mouse clicks, so you can just have a transparent reference over your work, and that's pretty cool for sculpting. So anyways, I tried to study the direction I wanted to go with the character, and I totally digged those trousers, those pants. So I used them, and I went into several of those paintings in detail to get a feeling of what's important in the Renaissance, because there are so much differences depending on if you're in Spain or in Italy, for example. The colors are totally different. So there's a lot of things to learn. It's totally interesting for me. So what I had, and that was really, really come in handy, I had this spy. So this was a gentleman spy I sculpted some years ago, and I thought I could use them to make the Artista. So what I did first, I wanted to have him to be more comedical. So what I changed was the upper skull. So you see how it's like pointing upwards a bit, and that makes him a bit more goofy and funny. So I started with this, and as you can see, the body is cut off, so I had to add a body. And this is a technique I learned at the 3D character workshop from Shane Olsen. That's the second time I had a mentor, which brought me a lot forward in sculpting. So he was a lead modeler and sculptor at Disney for Disney Interactive. So he has developed this technique of doing separate hoses or objects and just putting them on like clay. So what I did is just put on stuff, and then this guy comes out, and you see that's the anatomy, and you have also already a feel of how the curves are flowing, and you have the contrast between corners or pinches and curves, elegant curves, and then you just mesh everything together, and you have the body. And on top of the body, you just paint on the clothes, and ZBrush does a good job in extruding them, so we have separate objects, which are the cloth. And so I added detail and detail and sculpting. And this is the high poly version with over 10 million of polygons. And here you can see I did the retopology. So I just painted polygons on top and smoothed them out and subdivided them. Same for the pants. I so wanted to have this pants. The colors are great, but this is ZBrush. So you can see.
Okay, so this was all sculpted in ZBrush.
Yeah, okay. This was ZBrush. And you see on the left is the high poly, on the right is the retopoed low poly, and same for the teeth. And yeah, that's the low poly looking like the high poly, just under, I think, 10,000 or 5,000. So what I did was just putting them together and subdividing them so they have equal poly count, and then I just project them as if I would put on a sleeve. So I can break out normal maps and displacement maps that way. And that's quite interesting. And then we are going to, we already have UVs with the new base mesh, and then I'm just going over to Substance Painter. And that's really incredible how much detail you get without very much of work. So if you're looking closely, you have even spots on the tongue. So this red thing is the tongue.
Nice, yeah.
And it's that's something that's really cool with Substance Painter, because it's completely automated. I didn't do much of drawing there. It's just smart materials connecting to everything. Yeah, and this is the right thing is the torso, and the left thing are the pants again. And this is how it looks like in the viewport, with a lot of layers on the right and painting. Yeah, that's it. And this was another happy accident with the leather jacket. It looks really badass, but I didn't want to do a Renaissance action film. So maybe it's the next time I will do something like that, and he will just fight with a sword or something. I don't know. Yeah, this is the rigging toolbox, and for this I use the automated UV unwrapping in Cinema. And this is really a game changer, because we did all the props with it, and it was just one click in Cinema, unwrap me this and pack me this, and then I was just transferring it to Substance Painter. And I was just baking the information maps, so the program knows where's the curvature, where's the top, where's ambient occlusion. And I was just clicking on the smart materials. I was just saying, this is gold, this is wood, this is silver, and that's it. So I unwrapped and shaded or textured this box in under 1 hour. So that was really impressive to me, because as I mentioned before, I'm a bit old. And I know how it was like 20 years ago.
Yeah. Well, it's been a big focus to improve the UV tools, and they've been working hard on that last few years. I'm sure they'll continue working on it. That's great.
So those are the last.
Nice. I have to agree with you. While the pants don't fit the piece that you created, I sure like them. Maybe you could create a circus MC someday. He looks more like the pants seem to fit more a circus character than a Renaissance artist at this point. I had one really unusual question actually come through the chat. Somebody mentioned that they thought when you were showing off the axes on the cube, that they looked a little bit bigger than normal. Did you?
Yeah, that's something I specialized. I changed from, because for my opinion, the standard rotation bands are a bit too small. So what I did, let me just get the preferences. I have to search this. It's somewhere display, I think. So this is a game changer also, the spline size, if you have a controller. And standard is like this, and I just increased it. So you can easily click on it. And the access band, here they are. Oh no, they aren't here, somewhere they are.
So somewhere in the display preferences, we'll have to find put that out for people.
Yeah.
So you actually went through and made it bigger.
Yeah, 215%. So I can even go further if you want to.
Oh yeah, look at that.
And this is standard. I think this is standard, something like that.
Been marketing cinema for over 20 years. It's the first time I've never seen that one.
But as an excuse, it's always changing.
Exactly.
It's updating all the time.
It's hard to keep up with all the changes. That's absolutely true. That's great. Well, if there's no more questions, can you tell us anything about upcoming projects that we should be keeping our eyes on? I mean, you mentioned the one you're doing for Exponza right now. Is that something you can talk about, or is that kind of a hush-hush thing?
It's a TV commercial. I did several of them. On my website, if you scroll down. There's also, if you want to see more, there's some more Artista here. And if you scroll down, you see a little bit more info.
Nice, so making of pieces, great.
Yeah, I will try to make a really decent, good making of, because this is quite of freestyle right now. But I will post it there. So we did this one, and it's like a supermarket is selling those fluffy things, and we did a quick commercial for that, just saying, hey, they are here and you can buy them.
Okay.
And this was 2016, so it's already a bit older. Yeah, funny things dancing around.
Well, hopefully you'll have more time for us to do another piece for us down the road. We'd love to work together again. It'd be so much fun. Excellent.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I can't thank you enough for coming on the show, and I know it was a little last minute, and again for doing the piece. It's incredible. The response so far has been amazing. Everybody, keep your eyes out. I think in a week or so we're putting together a nice little customer story on this. We will post that somewhere and get it out there, so you'll find out a bit more about the approach and maybe some other pieces of how it was done. But you know what? I guess well, you know, it's it's almost midnight for you over there.
Yeah.
It's getting late. So
I have lots of coffee in me, so it's not late for me.
Well, we'll let you get back to work or get to bed.
No, I'm leaving. I'm done. And I'm doing a vacation soon, so.
Oh, congratulations!
Slowly getting down from the production.
That's great. But I think we're going to take a quick break, and then I think Matthias will come back and close out the show. You were our last one, but save the best for last, as they say. Great job. It was so great to have you on.
I have to return this to you. The show is really awesome. I really loved watching it.
Thank you. We love doing it, and then Matthias is an incredible host and he does an amazing job of working with everybody to bring the presentations in. So it's a big team effort, but thank you. And so we'll say goodnight to you, and we'll head off, and Matthias will be back in a few minutes to sign off for the week.
Shake it up, be cruel, work it out, do you.
Show me just what you got.
Shake it up, be cruel, work it out, do you. Shake it up, be cruel, work it out, do you.
Creativity lies in all of us. It's what makes us human. It starts with an idea, the desire to create, to solve, to play, to share, to interact. Together we can build new worlds. The freedom to create for all.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much to all of our viewers from around the world. You are really our family for making this all possible. We do this to educate, motivate, entertain, and educate everybody here that's, connected in the family. And there's a lot of questions that came in. Thank you for your participation. We really miss doing this live in person, but doing it here with you and your participation really still makes it feel like we're one big family having a nice nerd family reunion. So wanted to make sure that you guys are in tune for the next one. So we're going to be going live again for the Adobe Max NAB East show, all combined during that week. So be on the lookout for that. And in order to be notified of that, you want to go to 3dmotionshow.com if you're on YouTube or anywhere else. So 3dmotionshow.com. Right under the video portion, you'll see a little link that says sign up. Sign up for that, and we'll give you all the latest, greatest in news and notify you when we're going live. I'm here with Paul Babb, the one and only. And Paul, I did have a question from the internet, and I do my best to try and get to everybody's questions. And the question was, what's your story? What's your backstory, your origin story here at Maxon?
I thought everybody knew my backstory. It was one of those things where I think to myself, oh my God, there are going to be people going, I've heard this 100 times. In my business career, I started out in marketing and advertising. I was an art director and a copywriter for agencies. I was on that side of, creating content for clients, working with clients for many, many years. I did freelance. I actually was working for Capitol Records doing marketing for a while. And when while I was there, I was actually recruited away by a company called Electric Image. If anybody remembers Electric Image was an animation system, or I think it's still around. It might still be around on the Macintosh. It was actually quite a good system. That was my first introduction to 3D, and my first day of work. Anybody who knows 3D and knows Invigorator and Zax Dow, my first day of work, I sat down with Zax Dow, and he taught me how to animate in Electric Image, including some little character animation. It was a sort of a crash course in 3D. And when Electric Image got purchased by Play, I actually went back into the freelance world. And unusually enough, Maxon was a freelance job here in the States. I actually was contacted. Actually, an animator introduced me to the product, and I contacted the folks in Germany. And one of the first things they had me do was write them a press release in English and help them announce their release. I think I did Macworld with them. I helped them put together a Macworld show. And in the process, I learned how to use the program well enough that I could demo it. And I think it was Philip Loesch, one of the original programmers of the program, who came over for Macworld and was surprised that I had learned it well enough to actually demo it. But I actually used that opportunity when they were here for Macworld to introduce them around to some people I knew at studios from my old days, Electric Image. I knew the folks up at ILM. There were some of them had gone over to Lucas Ranch. We knew some of them there, and some other studios in San Francisco. So I took the opportunity to take them around to show off cinema to some higher end studios that they hadn't been exposed to. And I'm not sure the timeline after this, but at some point I was invited over to Germany to do English demos because they were surprised, they were pleasantly surprised I knew how to demo. So they actually invited me to come over to Germany and demo at CeBIT, huge trade show in Germany, and do some English demos. And while I was there, they asked me if I would be interested in starting Maxon US. And I was crazy enough to talk my wife into spending a few dollars, and with the programmers and the original owners of Maxon, we started Maxon US in October of 1998. Little known fact, I'll throw, very good year. Little known fact, I'll throw in Rick's name in there, Rick Barrett, who you probably all know and love. I actually hired him while he was still at a local college down the street from us when I was freelancing. So I actually started working with him before Maxon. And so, of course, when Maxon was coming about, I rolled him right out of college into Maxon. So he's been nowhere else. But I've been extremely blessed to have had that opportunity to start the company and introduce Maxon or Cinema 4D to the U.S. and North and South American markets. Extremely blessed. I mean, here we are, 20 some odd years later, and I'm still employed, which is really a blessing. And as Matthias said, I truly believe and truly feel that the community is what made us popular in the industry. It wasn't. I mean, I think there were something like 20 some odd 3D packages on the market when I introduced Cinema 4D to the U.S. market, and I even had a reseller who I approached after a show and said, "I've got all these leads. You want to work them with me?" Because Maxon was me and maybe one other person in the beginning, and he said, there's too many 3D packages on the market. You'll be out of business in 6 months. So here we are 20 some odd years later. But really, I truly believe it is the bringing the people together and having that community, and which is something I always wanted. And I think it's part of a lot of that has to do with the fact that I had been on the other side of it, had to, you know, create for clients, and I certainly will never say that I had the skill that I see in our community. I'm nowhere near the artists, the people around us. Probably fell into the job I needed to be in, marketing this great product and building this great community. And I can't thank you enough, Matthias, for helping me continue building that community. It is the best part of my job, and that's the saddest part about this the situation right now is being with the community is the best part of our job. I can't tell you, we go to these shows, like you said, like Matthias said, in the hopes of motivating and inspiring and educating anybody, you know, our people in the industry or anybody in the industry. But I can tell you that we come back from the shows re-energized, excited. The feedback that we get, the time we get to spend with people, really, it really does it's amazing booster for us when we come back.
Yeah, it propels the whole industry forward. I think is especially when we have you know, people like Rick and our developers, and everybody can sit down and interact with the artists, and the artists can talk about some of their pain points, some of the things that are really successful. And then they get to hear that, they can see it firsthand, and then we give that feedback, they go back to work, then there's new releases, and then it's this nice little feedback loop, but it's in a way that's really uplifting and empowering. It's like somebody's, you know, everybody's asking for what they're asking for, but as things come out, it's a building. It's like we're working this whole thing together, and that's really what makes the difference. So we really appreciate your commentary, your feedback, your participation, and thank you, Paul, for you know, trusting in me years ago. That's always been a joy working with the community, and looking forward to many more shows with you all here. Please tune in next month at the next show, which is going to be Adobe Max. Paul, any last minute messages we want to get out to them?
Nah, come on back for the next show. Contact us if you have questions. I promise that I will have the t-shirt situation solved by the next show. We are going to have that ready for you for the next show, definitely, so people can get those shirts. And we're going to bring back some of the old ones, and we might even come out with some new ones. But yeah, please keep coming back, keep the questions coming in, and it was great to see everybody again.
Excellent. And if you guys are interested in more content and you're going to be at the Lightbox Expo, we're also sponsoring that. We have two amazing artists, and that's going to be Sierra Ward tomorrow at 11 a.m. Pacific time. And we also have Emma Gutierrez. And I've met them both as students, now working professionals in the industry, amazing artists. So definitely check them out if you're going to be part of Lightbox Expo. And I'll toss those links in here right after the show. So thank you, everyone, and we'll see you on the next one. Be kind, be good to each other.
Yeah.
Shake it up, be cool, work it out, do you. Shake it up, be cool, work it out, do you.
Makes waves with amazing deals and fast and knowledgeable customer service.
Swim on in for incredible deals on software and plugins at Tool Farm.
Create without limits with precision mobile workstations. Maximum power, speed, and performance when and wherever you need it. So you can perfect every pixel. Break ground in unexpected places. And make the most extraordinary ideas a reality. Discover your next big idea. Precision mobile workstations. Create without limits.
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars designing and creating statistics-based MOGAT templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
MoGraph.com, an online resource for motion graphic artists. Start your week with the MoGraph podcast. Industry news, interviews with your favorite artists, and terrible humor. Watch live shows and interviews from MoGraph events like NAB, SIGGRAPH, Half-Res, and local meetups.
This is exactly what I should be doing.
Our MoGraph talks feature live demos and motivation from artists all around the world.
Sometimes you gotta make stuff that you're not gonna put on your reel, and I'm not here to judge.
What if Rick and Morty show up for the countdown at midnight? That's where I peaked in life, in my career.
We gotta stop this thing, Rick! It's gonna kill us all!
Hear from the people that create your software, design your render engines, and artists that are changing the face of modern motion graphics.
You get that render done. Yeah, you better frame what?
MoGraph tutorials and online classes will teach you about Cinema 4D, After Effects, as well as other popular software and render engines.
Throw in the HDR Studio, take the render settings, pick the HDR, put in a reflection, and gorgeous.
Join the conversation in our live sessions.
Ah, that's so funny! All right, I'm gonna live forever!
Subscribe today and get the latest updates on our YouTube and other social media channels.
Take all your dreams and just do it!
Subscribe to MoGraph.com.